Media Research at the University of Gothenburg. And together with me up on the stage is...
So, very welcome here. I'm Rolf Elmer, the director of Nordregio. And just a few seconds presenting what we do at Nordregio before I leave it to you. I'm very happy to welcome you all here. It's this very interesting subject, and it's I think it's long overdue to discuss these questions in depth, because this is we are now living in an era where we have cyber attacks, we have these large companies affecting a lot of our infrastructure in the Nordics, and we need to study this. And at Nordregio, we actually mainly do research regarding how political decisions are affecting people in municipalities and regions. So if these kind of meetings leads to new political decisions, we study what happens out to people in the regions. For example, we study what happens with the green transition, which households are left behind, at risk of being left behind, what is happening to labor markets in all countries in the Nordics. These are typical reports and policy recommendations you can get from us. And we work very policy close, so directly for the Nordic countries. So it's if you're interested in some of our things, you can just come back to us and discuss these things. Okay, thank you very much for this. Over to you.
Thank you, Rolf. And thank you for letting us use this impressive room. So, our aim here today is to bring together media and communications researchers, representatives from the media industries, and representatives from the public administration to discuss a formidable challenge, namely the increasing impact of global tech giants on our Nordic societies, and in extension on our Nordic democracies. Both Nordicom and Nordregio are operated with support from the Nordic Council of Ministers, and we are very grateful for that support. And I especially want to thank the Swedish Ministry of Culture for including this symposium in the Swedish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2024. We have a packed day ahead of us, and now I want to give the floor to Helle Sjövåg, who will be one of our moderators today. Helle is a professor in journalism at University of Stavanger, and you are also the leader of the research project, The Datafication of Communicative Power, which is funded by the Research Council of Norway. And it is on Helle's initiative, and thanks to your Norwegian project money, that we are able to meet here today. So let's give Helle a round of applause. And thank you, Helle. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Just a few words from me as an introduction. Yes, my name is Helle. I'm a professor of journalism at the University of Stavanger in Norway. And I've invited you here today because I want to talk about infrastructures. And as much as I want to talk about infrastructures, I woke up this morning with no voice at all. So for everyone's sake, we will have my colleague Raoul Ferrer-Conil, who is also a professor of journalism at the University of Stavanger, actually chairing the panels later on today. So for a tiny bit of context to this, as Jonas said, I'm heading up a project funded by the Research Council of Norway, which also funds this event, where we're looking at how our information rights are shaped by the structures of communication. So we're basically asking who owns the internet in Norway, and what kind of jurisdiction do we have to regulate those actors? Because I think we also have to talk about the infrastructures behind the platforms. So the material conditions for platform power. So the aim of this symposium, for my sake, is not just to kind of have a conversation between policy and industry and research, but also to inform media policy about the power that resides in these infrastructures. and also to start this conversation of how we can preserve our Nordic values in our communication infrastructures as these foreign actors move in to control more and more of the material structures that actually store and process and distribute media and information, so data. So we've invited here today 3 panels covering research, policy, and industry perspectives. I'm very happy to see all of you here today. As an introduction to the panel, we've asked our colleagues from the University of Copenhagen, Sofie Flensburg and Signe Sophus Lai, to give a keynote presentation from their brand new book, Gateways. You can find it over there. Gateways, Comparing Digital Communication Systems in Nordic Welfare States. It was published by Nordicom in December. So you can check out the copy, and there's even a flyer on your desk, and you can download it for free. Signe and Sofie are both tenure-track professors at the University of Copenhagen, and they have done extensive research in mapping the communication infrastructures in the Nordics. Their work is very pioneering and a huge inspiration for the work that we do in Stavanger. And now they're here to show us exactly what our infrastructure looks like. So welcome, Sofie and Signe.
Let's see. The microphone clearly does. Okay. Let's just see. It isn't working. And we can't change from the screen? Can we change here? No. No, no. Oi. This was your slide, Helle.
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting us here today. Thank you to Helle. We're so happy to be here and be able to present our work also to such an interesting group of people. So what we are going to talk about is our book, as Helle said, Gateways, Comparing Digital Communication Systems in Nordic Welfare States. We've been working on the book, I guess, for about 2-3 years actually, building on work we already did in the context of Denmark. But we got curious when finishing up Denmark. We began to talk about whether or not things would look the same in the other Nordic contexts, in the other Nordic countries, and whether or not this idea of Nordic homogeneity actually existed also in the digital age. We're going to talk about this today, but first we want to address the overarching question of this today's program, namely are the Nordic states too reliant on strict lines to create of the welfare state. Signe and I obviously discussed this in preparing the presentation, and we quickly agreed that it's not really up to us to decide if we are too reliant. I guess we have plenty of... Oh, it doesn't work? Okay, I have to do this. Yeah, so I guess it's up to other people, policymakers, for instance, to decide on the two. Instead, what Signe and I are going to talk about today is the reliances. So how are we reliant on the tech giants? And what are we actually reliant on? Yes, so I don't know. Oh, it works. This is the book. Please feel free to download it free of charge. We would be happy if it can be used by as many people as possible. Okay, so first, I will start out by taking you on a time travel. Imagine that you get into this car and travel about 70 years back in time to the 1950s. That's where we start the book as well, namely with a very infamous love letter, I guess. Back in the 1950s, the later American President John F. Kennedy actually had a lover here in Sweden. And we know this because he sent her these physical letters across the Atlantic Ocean that have been found later on. So we're not going into like the juicy details of this love affair. Instead, we want to talk to you about the, I guess, more boring part of the love letters history, namely its distribution history, where when John F. Kennedy here, then a senator back in Massachusetts in 1955, sat down and wrote the love letter, he put it in a mailbox, and the letter was then picked up by the American Postal Services, transported with a flight across the ocean to to Sweden, where it was again picked up by the Swedish Postal Services and handed over to this Gunilla van Post was the name. And of course this history, or this distribution history, was embedded in what we refer to as the analog communication system, where it's illustrated here, and what you see, the postal infrastructure that transported this letter from America to Sweden was distributed through the postal infrastructure that was just one type of communication infrastructure carrying a very particular kind of communication, namely one-to-one communication that was distributed across time. So obviously, back then, I guess it took a few days for a letter to go from America to Sweden. On the other hand, we had different types of technologies and infrastructures that carried other types of communication. For instance, telephony carrying voice calls, print infrastructures carrying, for instance, newspapers in physical form, and broadcast infrastructures that carried what we now know as streaming, for instance, but one-to-many communication through airways. What was characteristic of this analog communication system was that each of the infrastructures or technologies were managed or controlled by different institutions, namely the postal institutions, what we know as telcos, the telecommunications operators, the press and broadcast corporations. And these different sectors and institutions were largely divided or separate from each other, acted independently of each other, with different types of business models and funding, ways of funding. These sectors were also regulated in different ways through different kinds of regulation: postal policy, communications policy, press policy, and broadcasting policy. Okay, so let's go into the car again and take the time travel 70 years ahead. If Gunilla was to reply with a latency of about 70 years to her American lover, she would most likely not sit down and write a letter by hand and put it in a mailbox. Rather, she would perhaps open her smartphone and open her messenger app and type the reply in there. The distribution history or the distribution form would be very different from the physical letter that we saw before. The content of the letter would be broken down to data, bits of data, that would be transported through different channels across, or actually below, the Atlantic Ocean, and then transported through various local access networks to the local network of John F. Kennedy, if he were alive, and make him able to open it on his smartphone or his device. So this imaginary love letter would be embedded in a very different communication system than what I showed you before. Namely because the internet for the last decades have evolved into a common and increasingly dominating infrastructure that can take over all the functions of the former communication technologies. So of course, and we haven't put in, we could have put in a lot of different companies here, right? But what we wanted to illustrate was that our work basically studies how these outer layers of the digital communication systems look. So which kinds of institutions and operators take over from the press, broadcasting corporations, telcos, and postal services, and what kind of legislation and regulation are they subject to. So what changes with the shift from the analog to the digital communication system? Oh, what did I miss here? No, I'm pressing the wrong button, of course. Okay, so this is the skiller. So over to Signe.
I think this one works. At least it did before. Yes. Is there sound now? Do you hear it? Okay. Right. Okay, so now that Sofie has established this basic idea of communication systems that erode and change as new technologies are embedded in the communication systems, and maybe perhaps most monumentally in this context when the internet came and eroded many of these former boundaries between infrastructures, sectors, and policy areas, I want to dive into some of the empirical materials from the book that actually tells us something about what we are then reliant on when we lie in our beds at night and scroll away at whatever feed we're into these days, and how we then rely when we do that. So this is what most, this one. This is what most people think about when they think of the internet, which is fine. It makes sense. It's what we meet every day. The interfaces and the content that meets us on our screens when we do this, right? This is Sofie's home screen from her phone. It's at 4%. That's very typical for Sofie. You can actually never really reach her. Back in the day, I did a field work on the internet in everyday life, and I would ask people about the internet, and they would say, "Do you mean Facebook?" Or my email client, Outlook? Or what do you actually mean, Signe? And I realized I can't be asking people about the internet in everyday life. So what we've done with the book is to say that there is also an alternative way of understanding the internet, which might be useful in the context of trying to answer this question of being too reliant or not, or at least trying to say something about how we rely and on what. So in the book, we argue that to understand some of the challenges and changes that happens here at the front end of the internet, we have to understand what happens at the back end of the internet. So the back end infrastructures that the internet relies on. And as part of that understanding, we also need to understand that the internet is above all a physical material network. Helle said it in her introduction as well, that consists of many different networks. It's a network of networks, many different exchange hubs and so forth, that are owned and controlled by a wide variety of actors. Some of them corresponds to some of the actors that we see behind the apps on the screen. And some of them are different actors, but we know very little about them. At the same time, the shift that Sofie sketched up is two models. Okay. Is it on? On? No? Is it on? I think so. Can you hear this? No? Okay, now that sound. Okay. So something that has also happened as part of this change that Sofie talked about is that the internet has in many ways become an infrastructure under other infrastructures that we usually think about when we think about infrastructure. So water supply and energy supply or even traffic lights. A lot of that is bound up to the internet by now, meaning that the internet has become a meta-infrastructure that other infrastructures also come to depend on. But even so, we talk very little about the internet as a critical infrastructure, while water supply and traffic lights are very critical to our everyday lives. Right, so the argument here is that to understand these deeper reliances that we're talking about at this symposium today, we need to look beyond this front-end layer of Sofie's home screen and at some of the kinds of infrastructure layers that we look at in the book. So there's a lot of methodological talk in the book about how we do that, and I'm going to boil it down to 1 minute. So what we've done in the book is that we tried to look into some of the components that allow data to travel back and forth between, let's say, two mobile phones that are corresponding about a long-lasting love. So what are the components and systems that allow these data packages of some kind of love interaction to travel? And to make sense of this new communication system and this new way of sending and receiving content, our strategy has been to refrain from deciding beforehand that we want to look at Facebook as a distributor of Facebook messages as one way of interacting with each other, and instead ask, if we simply follow these data packages to and from people, what are the different systems and infrastructures that we travel to and from? So doing this, we've divided the internet infrastructure into 4 different layers that correspond with many other layered models of the internet. So first and foremost, access networks, that are the last mile networks, the networks that we know from our home routers or the Wi-Fi eduroam connection in this room, that tells us something about that allows us to connect to the global internet. Then we have the backbone networks that the internet is also very reliant on. That's the networks that come after the first mile or last mile networks that we connect to, and it consists of large fiber highways inland and undersea, and also exchange hubs that exchange different kinds of data. Then we have the applications that we've already discussed, the things that we know because it's the front end that we rely on. It's stuff like browsers on our computers, app stores that allow us to download apps, operating systems inside our phones and our computers, and of course applications, apps that we use to do all kinds of things communicatively, or websites that we do the same with. And then finally we have a layer that we have called data, which is where these different kinds of applications come to look for services that can do the work that they need to do. So for instance, if I use an app for posting pictures to social media, that app needs a lot of different services. It needs services that can allow it to store images or access the phone's camera or post things to social media. And this is a different kind of business from the application business, but still a very important one. And I'll say a little bit more about the data layer soon. Right. So let's start with this layer that most of us think of when we think of the internet. So, as I just said, platforms are many different things. They are the underlying systems that allow us to access content, and then they are the very informal but also tangible platforms that are on that home screen of Sofie's that I just put up there. In the book, we look into the most used websites and apps across the Nordic region. We do that. There's a lot of different ways of looking into this platform or content side of things. The reason why we look at the places where most people spend most of their time is because we think that they are the most influential places to look. So if we spend 95% of all our time on the 50 most used websites and apps, then that's where we think we should look for how reliances are. So this first graph, all the graphs are in the book, so if you like them and want to study them, then go ahead. This one shows the most used websites across Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. So if we compile the country's top list, what are people doing? Where are people spending their time? And then it shows the parent companies that own and distribute these platforms. And we see that there are some of the usual suspects, some of the big tech or tech giants or whatever we're going to call them today, that distribute a lot of platforms that we depend on for doing a lot of things in the Nordic countries. So we depend on them for our work, depend on them down in the local handball club, or to tell our partner to pick up milk. We depend on them for all kinds of different things. But a lot of them go back to single companies that have made an effort out of making platforms for just about everything. If we were to expand this, for instance, look into the top 500 most used services worldwide, we would see that Google has 50 services, or Alphabet, that's number 3 here, has 50 services in the top 500, which is just about everything you can think of wanting to do communicatively. Finding your way around a city, looking at social media, sending messages, finding recipes, you can do all of it with Alphabet. Then we've done the same for the Nordic countries, but with the app infrastructure instead. So not websites, because most of us spend more time on apps than websites these days. And again, we see an even more consolidated picture of who distribute these platforms that we're so dependent on. Alphabet or Google by far top the charts with a whole lot of apps that a whole lot of people spend a whole lot of time on daily. Then we have Meta or Facebook as the second runner-up, Microsoft, Samsung. And away down this list, we find stuff like the Danish state or the Norwegian state that has done a lot to develop platforms for different kind of public activities. So accessing health information, or communicating with the state, or communicating with schools and daycare and so forth. So of course that's also platforms that a lot of us rely on daily and all the time, but they are not at the top here. All right. And then, no, I think we have the Swedish state over here. They're not as strong in the app market, no. But that's also because the history of the app market, as I said, is a history of consolidation. So whereas the top lists for the 4 countries are not very, but quite divergent when it comes to websites, then when we look at apps, everything just consolidates and becomes very similar. So we saw some really interesting differences when it came to the countries. For instance, we have Schibsted right at the top when it comes to websites, an old Norwegian media giant that actually made it to 2024 and still being influential when it comes to websites. But when we look at phones, stuff that we do with the thing that's in our pocket all the time, everything consolidates. Mm-hmm. Of course. So this is a compilation of all the top lists. So the most used platforms across. Yes, we don't have the numbers at the top of our head, but a lot of the information is in the book when we describe all of these so we think they're easy to read, but we know they're not. So we spend a lot of time describing them there. Yes. All right, and as I said, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into this data layer, the last layer in our typology of internet infrastructures. So above, or we might say behind the application layer that we just looked at, is a data layer that consists of many different types of data services that both websites and apps rely on. They rely on them for analyzing their user base, for serving ads if they're a free-to-use app or website, for profiling users, location services, everything you can think of in terms of services that websites and apps do. They usually have those services performed by someone else, by a company outside of their own. Because if you're supposed to be able to do everything as a media company, then you're going to suffer. So these services are often supplied by different kinds of third-party companies. And we know very little about them. We usually recognize them as cookie notices that pop up when we visit a website. Can we use cookies to track you around? And we just say allow all cookies so we can get into that website. But other than that, it's a very intangible layer of the internet. And what we've done is to use the same top lists of the most used apps and websites in the Nordic countries, or in Sweden, Norway, Finland, and Denmark, to look at what are the third-party services that they rely on for delivering the kinds of communication services that we then rely on. And this shows the biggest third-party services in the apps that we looked at. And again, you see Google is a master of this, right? They had a good business in advertising for a long time, and then they started acquiring different third-party services. One of them was called DoubleClick, and it was very influential back in 2006. And then they became a master of delivering these different third-party services. Their motto now inside the Google Developers Guide is build everything with Google. You can build any kind of app with all of Google's tools. They have about 350 unique tools that you can build with. And these are some of the most used across the most used apps in the Nordic countries. And then we have Facebook following that. They also have some quite used third-party services. Once upon a time, it was like different login services or share services, but also ad services. And then down the line, we see all kinds of different companies, mainly from the US, mainly from Silicon Valley, and definitely not Nordic companies. So if you build an app in the Nordic region and you want it to do different kinds of services, you are most likely to buy those services or employ those services from different US-based tech giants. Then if we were to look at the many, because there are many, that's why the state came up on the top list, the many apps that come from state actors, the public apps in these countries, then we might expect that these apps were then built with Nordic partners, for instance. But again, we see that most of them built with Apple or Alphabet, just like everyone else. Because it's very expensive and very troublesome to build with anything else than Alphabet. But of course, we see the list of other third-party services being more diverse than that's what's over here when we look into specifically public apps or public service apps. So this is anything from universities to public service broadcasters to health services and so forth. All right. I'm going to rush a little bit now. So the third layer that we showed you up here was the backbone layer. This was what I called the internet superhighways going under the sea over to JFK in Massachusetts, right? And the different global hubs. When we look into the reliance on this internet backbone, we can look different places. One place would be, where do we host all of our content? So where does the Danish state host all the pictures of my kids from kindergarten? Or where does Facebook host all the pictures that we post onto their Instagram platform, and so forth? So what we've done here is that we've looked into the most used services again, the ones, the top list that you saw right in the beginning, and then looked into where are they hosted? Where's the content actually lying on which servers? And again, we see American tech companies dominating the whole show, of course, with Amazon at the top, because AWS, their hosting services is difficult to beat. And then Akamai, Cloudflare, Global Connect, Google, Microsoft, all the way down. So again, don't expect public websites to be, or apps to be hosted on any kind of public server system. Another place to look when we look at the internet's backbone would be to look into the submarine cables that makes the internet global. So that connects, for instance, the Nordic countries or the entire European continent with the rest of the continents of the world. When we look into these cables, we see that there's a lot of old telecommunication companies that still stand strong. They were part of the building of this internet back in the 90s and the 2000s, when it was actually built out as it is now. But we also see a shift, particularly from 2020 and onwards, where a lot of these cables, they have a lifespan of about 20-25 years, then they need to be exchanged. The old telcos don't really have the financial muscle power to lay out new cables because their old great businesses of selling text messages and phone calls and TV packages are kind of completely washed out. And then comes new companies like Google and Facebook to the rescue to connect all of the Nordic countries to the US West Shore through cables that are only owned by Google and Facebook. Okay? So, finally we have this last mile that I said, the routers and the Wi-Fi, the things that we recognize as our internet connections. And this is actually where we see sort of a last frontier of the internet, because this is where the old telecommunication companies that are very well regulated, very well monitored by the state, actually still own the infrastructure. But we are contacted quite regularly by some of these companies that are like, they are struggling by now because their infrastructure, the cables, are struggling for capacity because of the high loads of data that specifically the companies that we saw in all the other different graphs are creating. And they want the companies to pay part of the bill for expanding their networks, but at the same time they don't want the companies to take over their networks. So it's a very curious last frontier or last bastion of the internet. Okay?
So I will take the rounding up and the implications and consequences of this dilemma. At least some of them are the ones that we see as the most prevalent, and perhaps as some of the topics that we should talk about for the rest of the day. So to start where Signe ended, we have one part of the internet. The last mile of the internet is still very well regulated. The Nordic telecommunications companies have to send in data to the authorities every 6 months on the number of subscriber, data traffic, and so forth. But that is practically the only official data source that we have been able to use in our book. all the remaining analysis, we have had to go far and beyond all kinds of different dubious websites to find information and find data. Data that, of course, can tell us something, as you can see, and that's been one of the main purposes of the book, is to show that it's actually possible to monitor and create information on these ecosystems. But the thing is that because we have to use all these databases that were created for different other purposes than research, the data is not necessarily very reliable, and it's very difficult for us to check the quality and the validity of the data that we use. So that's the first implication that we want to stress here, is that we basically need a foundation for doing longitudinal studies of these developments and of the power structures that are so very fundamental to the welfare state, as Signe has described. Connected to that, what we see, and which I think was also clear from all these beautiful figures that Signe presented, is that we see clear tendencies of monopolization of the internet, and we also talk quite a lot about it. At least in Denmark, it has come up in public debate, the power of Google, the power of Facebook, and so forth, and of course also in European debates. But our argument here is that we are not at the moment actually really able to document these tendencies, or these tendencies of power concentration, because we lack sufficient data sources. So if we actually want to reach all these ambitious goals that are lined out by the EU, we need to first begin to collect and develop methods for documenting these developments. And in doing so, we would suggest that it would be a good idea actually to look to classic media and communication regulation, what we have been doing for decades, at least in the Nordics, in media policy and communication policy, where we, for instance, regulate telecommunications industries because we are afraid that these large incumbents previously state-owned companies were to grow too big and destroy competition, we could actually also do that on a broader scale of the infrastructures of the internet. Just want to check that I'm sure that I'm saying all the stuff we wanted to say. Yeah, I think I'll move on here. So also related to that, of course, this lack of documentation and lack of substantial knowledge or documentation of the power concentration. We find that there's still a lack of public deliberation on this. So where we in Denmark talk a lot about screens, for instance, screen time, and that's obviously important that our children are spending so much time on screens. It's not to devaluate that. But what Signe and I want to stress here today is that I think we need to start like a bottom-up conversation also in the public and in the political system of the actual power of big tech, also beyond social media or beyond discussions about screens. As we show today, big tech, American big tech, are actually owning and controlling very large parts of the underlying infrastructures of the Nordic welfare states. And I think if we want to be able to do something about that, we need to start a conversation about it and push this discussion. Right, and shift here. And also, again, related to this, what we also see as an implication of the current way that digital infrastructures are organized and controlled is that no matter, returning to this question of if we are too reliant, we don't want to answer if we are too reliant, but what we can say is that the current reliances actually lack democratic legitimacy because we have not developed substantial tools to supervise or monitor and discuss the power that these institutions hold in our society. So until we have started a political discussion and actually developed institutional tools for addressing this question about the power, we can't say that these reliances have democratic legitimacy. Well, let's see. And finally, I don't know where we are time-wise, but we are rounding up here, and we would like to also have a discussion with you, of course. Just to sum up, we find all in all that these current infrastructural reliances challenge a lot of historical values and logics of the Nordic welfare states. Just to give a few examples or highlights, we first and foremost observe a lack of non-commercial and viable alternatives to these services that are performed by big tech companies. So in the Nordics, we have a strong tradition that you're actually able to choose an alternative to the market-based services. If you want to watch television, you can tune into DR or SVT to have the public alternative. And at the moment, we don't really have that when it comes to digital infrastructures. That's of course for the entire value chain, both when we look at the most used websites and apps, as Signe said, but also the hosting facilities, the data processing tools, and an ever-growing, it seems, number of these underlying technologies. So this leaves citizens as well as public institutions with very little choice and even less agency in terms of actually negotiating the conditions under which we act online. Secondly, the Nordic welfare states are famous and perhaps infamous in some parts of the world for this very high degree of state involvement. Also especially in media and communication markets, where we have historically had a very efficient co-regulation and collaboration between state and market actors. Yet the rise of the internet as this common and increasingly dominating infrastructure for communication seems to have skewed the power balance, where the welfare states have grown immensely dependent on big tech corporations, but the Nordic markets are only a very small part of a global ocean of businesses that big tech companies have. So if we, for instance, threaten to make rules or regulate big tech companies, they can simply pull out of the Nordic region and then turn off. Imagine that they turn off, for instance, Amazon's service after looking at the slide that Signe showed you with hosting services. Okay, so finally, the final point that we want to stress is that this growing reliance on international and commercial corporations also marks what we see as a fundamental shift in infrastructure policy in a broader sense. So we tend to see it as essential that critical infrastructures are governed and controlled by national institutions to ensure, for instance, a universal service and security of supply, and that we have access, that the infrastructure is developed regardless of the economic potentials in it, right? Yet within the last decades, an increasingly important part of our societal infrastructure has been taken over by companies that welfare states have little to no influence on. And we have perhaps neglected to actually talk about these technologies as part of our critical infrastructure. So I guess that's our the most important conclusion of today, is that we need to begin to talk about the entire value chain of the internet as a critical infrastructure underlying our welfare societies. So thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to hearing your questions and inputs for the rest of the day.
Do we have questions from the room to Sofie and Signe? Yes. And if you can introduce yourselves when you ask questions, that would be nice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alva. I'm the director of the Icelandic Media Commission. I just wanted to ask, is the reason why there is no Icelandic information there because it was not included or because it was too small?
Oh, you're hitting a soft spot there. We didn't include Iceland in the analysis, and we're so sorry about that. We actually talked about whether we had time to make the analysis on Iceland for today as well, but unfortunately we didn't. We started out only looking at Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and then we included Finland, and of course we should also have included Iceland, so sorry about that. But for now it's only the 4 largest countries.
But it's coming. Very soon. Very soon.
Well, I would like to. Oh, okay, hang on.
Thank you. Is this on? I don't know. Elizabeth Vancouvering from Costa University. I was wondering about the data sources. You, I think very rightly, stress that we need quality data that is accessible to researchers. In your view, is there one most important source of data that you would most like to prioritize if you could?
That's difficult. I think, okay, I think for me, one of the main issues, only just over the course of writing the book, is that when you rely on commercial data sources that are mostly used for like B2B purposes and stuff like that, they close down and open up in different formats all the time. So just some kind of continuity would be great. Like we've relied on sources that closed down during the book, and then there's something else up there now, or we're lucky that we took down data before they closed, but we can't really do anything about it.
I think even though the entire point of the presentation was to say that you need to look beyond apps and websites, I also think that's a very important place to start. I find it very weird that we do not have reliable top lists of the most used apps and websites, of the most used communication services that we use. And even if we think that you should move move beyond the application layer and look at the underlying infrastructure, you actually need to start there, right? We need to start out with saying, what are the entry points, the most important entry points to the internet? And what is interesting is that when we look historically at this, for instance in Denmark, we actually had the public authorities, or we had official information like 20 years ago that compared large news media, for instance, to YouTube or Facebook and so forth. We don't have that anymore. Now the most reliable information we have in Denmark are lists of the most popular news sites in Denmark, but that doesn't really paint a very realistic picture of the actual ecosystem, of the actual competition between national news services, for instance, and large big tech platforms. So I would say that, and it's actually not a difficult place to start. As far as I know, the telecommunication companies actually have this information, so we would be able to get it. And I find it very curious that there has not been a pressure from the political system on publishing this kind of data.
Thanks.
Yes, Raul Ferrer from University of Stavanger. Again, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation and for compiling all this data that is so difficult to get. I want to ask you about the comment that you had at the end, like this kind of going away from the welfare core principle. I wonder, what do you think that it's the main challenge that we're facing? Is this a political challenge? Is this an economic challenge? Or this is a technological challenge? Like, or obviously, I guess, a combination of all of them. But what do you think, if there's one bigger one to overcome, which is the one that you think that is making this problem happen?
I think, and we also write this actually in the preface to the book, that the technological challenge, that's also what we try to show with this data, it has happened. There was a technological momentum a while back, and there's a lot of these things that cannot be undone now, but not knowing anything about it can actually be changed. That's also what Sofie is trying to stress. So then it's a political challenge to say, how can we have one part of the internet that's so heavily monitored and also regulated? That's also what the telcos tell us. Why are we so regulated compared to the rest of the ecosystem? And then have like large parts of an ecosystem that is entirely unmonitored. Because then if comes a monitoring of this system, then we can begin to decide to answer the question, are we too reliant? But also to decide, do we need regulation or not? Maybe it's just a great ecosystem, we don't know nothing about it. But without monitoring, we can't regulate something we don't know. So right now, I think it's a political challenge, and then it's a research challenge. That's why we took up the challenge with the book, because there's a lot of things going on right now in research where people are disadvantaged if they don't have money to buy expensive data sets or have the right partnerships and stuff like that. That's why we made all of the data in the book with open sources. We wanted everyone to be able to test the results without paying up to do so.
Hi, Carl Heath from Rice. So I have a question about differences in countries and different policy strategies. Have you seen any examples of countries who have sort of come to understand this and work more proactively in this space? So that's sort of the one part. And the other one is about these platform companies such as Alphabet or for that matter, Meta, who both have started out as application level actors, but then they have dived down actually building large parts of the sort of backbone infrastructure. What are your thoughts on that sort of movement and how that has changed the power of these companies? So those are two questions.
So I'll take the first one and you'll take the second. Yeah. The differences between the countries, and we haven't stressed them that much today. But I think where we see the biggest difference in terms of regulatory approach is between Denmark and Norway, actually, interestingly enough. So we started this out with a curiosity because some Norwegian researchers 10 years ago wrote a book that the Nordic welfare state was still very strong in the digital age, and we were kind of I guess, a little provoked by that and wanted to test that assumption. But interestingly, what we actually found was that the context where this was the most true was Norway. So perhaps they were right about some of it, at least in their own context, but not very much in, for instance, the Danish context. So the Danish context, and I know that right now there's a lot of things going on and there's more discussion and there's being done more, but until very recently there haven't been a lot of political action in Denmark, where the Norwegian authorities, for instance, the competition authorities and the consumer authorities, have been more proactive, actually almost activists in their attempts to target the power of big tech and Alphabet and Meta in particular, by actually giving out fines and addressing these questions about the legitimacy of data collection and so forth. And I guess that pushed the question over to Signe.
Yes, and I just want to add that also in the Norwegian context, we have a big old company called Telenor that made it better into this new digital communication systems than any of the other incumbent telcos from the other countries. And it did so both because of expansion into territories way beyond the Nordic countries, but also by protecting its infrastructures better, by protecting the business better. So that's also both the Norwegian state, but also actually the market standing stronger. Whereas TDC in Denmark, and I think this is not a secret, is struggling to say the least. Yes, and about this move from being a platform business, I think that a lot of it, at least from what we understand, has come out of necessity. If you build something that's so big and strong that the other infrastructures can't really hold, then you can do one of two things. You can build your own stuff, or you can subsidize other people to do better. And of course, in this respect, what we see is that building another backbone has been more viable than actually subsidizing the companies that were already there in the first place. But it is a curious transition, right? Because the telcos started somewhere else and then went into TV and all kinds of other things. And we also see it the other way around right now. We have a man who's good at building cars and rockets venturing into first the platform market with a very influential platform, but also the access network market, this last frontier that we talked about up here. It might be that satellite internet right now is really, really expensive, but what about in 10 years' time? Is this then a viable access network only supported by that one company that has enough rockets and satellites?
Can you see any kind of sign of the welfare state in these structures at all? I mean, what does it look like compared to other regions in Europe, like for instance the Germanic region or Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, those kinds of regions? How comparable is it?
Great question, Helle. We don't know. For now, we have only looked at the four largest Nordic countries. But of course, the dream is if we want to be able to say anything about whether or not the Nordic countries are still a cluster, a particular type of communication system compared to elsewhere, we need to look elsewhere. So in the final pages of the book, we also write about that this begs for a sequel. We would really like to do it on a larger scale, also to see if the differences we see between the Nordic countries are actually differences or just minor differences between a region that is otherwise more homogeneous than what we see when we only compare the four countries. So I have to say, I don't know if you have a better impression of the rest of Europe.
I don't. But I want to say that one thing that we also write about in the end of the book is that right now in research there's a lot of emergent hypotheses about the internet splintering out into different internet, and that there are a Chinese internet and a Silicon Valley based internet, and there's a different one in Brussels. But these are really great hypotheses, and they are nice to think with, but they haven't been tested. And of course a framework like the one we use for the book could test these hypotheses and maybe find an internet in Brussels that's very different from the Chinese internet, but we really don't know without testing them.
Okay, so then we look forward to the sequel. And we thank you very much for the keynote. Now we have some lunch here in the room. We can continue to talk, and we'll be back here for panels at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think it's time for us to continue with the program. We're now going to have 3 panels, one for research, one for policy, and one for the industry. And when we were working with the application for this project, we knew that we wanted to contribute on these 3 areas. Helle and I are very used to contributing in the research area, and we're a little bit less about the policy and the industries. Particularly, I am a little bit less. And this was always one of those events that were like marked in the calendar as like this special one, slightly scary one, where we had to engage with people that we normally don't. So we're happy that everybody's here, still a little bit scared, but everything is going to be fine. We're going to start with the research panel, and we decided to change a little bit the program because we didn't know a little bit about the venue, and we're not going to be able to fit here 12 people. So we're going to have a little bit of a discussion after every panel. And we're going to start with the research panel. We are going to have Carl Heath, senior researcher at RISE, the Research Institute of Sweden, based in Gothenburg. We'll have Julia Velkova, docent in media and communication at Linköping University in Sweden, and Pro Futura Scientia fellow. Then we're going to have Signe Ravn-Højgaard, assistant professor at the University of Greenland, and Kaarina Nikunen, who is professor of communication and media research at Tampere University in Finland. And Carl will start and give a brief introduction to the panel overall, and then I will call the rest of participants and have a discussion. Carl, all yours.
Thank you so much. So, giving a brief introduction to a broader perspective on communication and preparedness in the Nordic context is hard, especially in 5 minutes. But I'll do my best, and I think I'll start from a perspective that I myself am a bit more at home in, and that is sort of the governance aspects of things. And I would want to sort of propose or outline a thought pattern of governance, and sort of what is governance in the context of communication infrastructures in this context, because it ties back to that over and over again. Sort of where is the power in these systems, and who has that? And starting somewhere, I would just want to sort of put a word in our minds on the topic of sovereignty and digital sovereignty. Because basically, when we think about our communications infrastructures over time, going back to where Sofie and Signe alluded to, down to the 1950s, or even further back, we had a very much a physical design palette over which we enabled governance and institutions to govern communications. But in the early 1990s, with the coming of the internet, we suddenly got a new layer of digital infrastructure on top of things. And this new layer coincided in time with the end of the Cold War and the opening up of the world. Suddenly we were in a sort of mental modus operandi where we could travel anywhere, go anywhere, have a free market and an open infrastructure. And it was in that sort of sense of the world that our global communication infrastructures were actually built, layer by layer, from the very backbone layers that we have seen some graphs of, and then going up. And going up through these layers from the backbone to network layers and infrastructure layers to communication layers and application layers, we suddenly come up to a layer of our social engagement and where we are together. And that's sort of where the other part of this conversation takes place, and which has to do with another concept of the publics, and that is the digital public infrastructure, or the commons of our infrastructures. Because in the physical world, from the 19th century and going onwards, we've had in the Nordic region quite a lot of work going on around what is the commons, what is the public, what is the town square that we can meet and communicate, and what is the regulation around what enables us to speak and talk and make our voices heard. And over time, we have built a number of institutions around the physical world of communication in order to enable for us to be able to speak our mind and deliberate democratically together. But going into the digital space, we haven't really had that conversation when it comes to the commons of conversations in the infrastructure of our communicative approaches that are sort of more towards ourselves in the application layer. From 2010 and onwards, we have enabled a bunch of companies to take the space of the commons in the digital world. And we have taken that as a given. It's the default. It's from where we have started to regulate. We are thinking of Meta or X or TikTok or whatever their name is of these platforms as some kind of thing that is given, a natural that should just be there. But we know also that that's not true. It's a very fluid and shifting landscape. But still, from a sort of public perspective, we have taken a step back. We don't engage and go forward into that space, thinking about what is digital public infrastructure, what is the commons of conversations in a digital space. And we can see that there are all kinds of movements pulling towards that space now, and that's where I'll end, sort of. I think when it comes to regulation and thinking about communication in this more person-centered context of how we meet and greet and engage in society, in that space of our conversations, we just take it as a given that we are in Facebook or Instagram or wherever we are. But at the same time, we can see something happening. Just over the past 1.5 years, we've seen some really exciting movements where we have started to have conversation about common protocols and common standards for that layer of conversations. We have even seen Meta this summer introduce Threads as a platform where they have explicitly said that they want to build an open standard and open protocol-based infrastructure. In the Nordic Council of Ministers report from this summer, which a think tank from the Nordic Council of Ministers wrote, we also wrote about these kinds of protocols. And we can see how they have started to take effect in other domains, where WordPress, for example, which has 50% of all web pages, have enabled ActivityPub as an open protocol, as the default protocol for conversations on the platform of WordPress. So suddenly, over just some short space of time, we have seen some movements, but in a policy level and in a conversation level, we're still in the conversation of the default being the incumbent actors of these platform companies. So what I would want to sort of propose in going into this panel of preparedness and communication is to think about all these layers as being sort of some kind of, they are intertwined with each other, and asking us sort of what is the public engagement of this. And I think it's also where Sofie and Signe ended their conversation, is sort of what should the public be in this conversation? Where should regulation be? How should it be enacted? What should it be about? And who should have the power over the conversations of our Nordic region and our communications? So I'll stop there.
And I think that since this is a slightly complex setup, and we only have the 2 mics, I think I will just address each of you one by one and maybe ask. And I think that I can start with Signe because Carl talked about digital sovereignty, and I wonder, coming from a relatively smaller context, the context of Greenland, how do you think that translates into the Greenland context, or like how vulnerable is or how resilient is Greenland in the communication infrastructures?
If we start with this small state perspective you talked about, as we just heard from Signe and Sofie, how this digital infrastructure, when it's converging into one structure, that it's becoming complex to monitor, complex to govern, and in a very small context it's increasingly difficult with very few public civil servants. With I can speak louder? No? Okay. Like this? Yeah, now you can hear me. Nah. No, in small entities, complex systems that increasingly difficult to regulate, you can see the tendency. A lot of these things we're talking about is being regulated with EU legislation in the Nordics. Greenland or other entities that are not part of the EU have more topics to deal with, and it's much more complex when you're a small country, on one hand. On the other hand, Greenland is very big, and I was a little bit confused to look at this map. I don't know if you can see it. It's here, it looks smaller than Denmark, when in fact it is 50 times bigger. So I think Nordregio, maybe this is a little bit of misunderstanding. So of course, my point with this being that when we talk about the physical infrastructures, they are less resilient because submarine cables break. In Greenland, we tried that with a power breakdown and no internet at all. And literally, I was sitting in my dark flat, and I didn't know whether the country was being invaded. Luckily, it wasn't. There was a power cut and no backup. But it's more it's less resilient in large, topographically diverse countries, so to speak. So Greenland is both big and small.
Yeah.
I think would be my answer.
Because you also do a lot of work about the Arctic region in general. How does that translate, for example, to the general vulnerabilities of the Nordic in general, and what should we be prepared for?
I think the Arctic, me studying especially Greenland, is an interesting case for people not living in the Arctic to look at, because many things become more pronounced, which makes it interesting to study, because it's the same tendencies that we see in the 4 Nordic countries that Signe and Sofie talked about. But I think it's sometimes more easy to spot the trends in Greenland. For example, to give an example, you talked about Starlink, and the fact that it might start to influence in all parts of the value chain with providing access network. But already today in Greenland, Starlink is cheaper than the internet provided by the monopoly company, because it's so expensive because of this infrastructure. So we can, I don't know what will happen with Starlink, but we can see tendencies that are not that apparent in the Nordic, in the smaller Nordic countries. We can see them, some of this, especially relating to the physical infrastructures, we can see it more clearly in the Arctic, because there is less redundancy, as we call it, there is less backup, so we can see the effects of, say, breakdowns. We've tried it. So when I speak to students in Denmark, they don't know how their internet is actually being provided to their phones. But the students at the University of Greenland, they know, because it's so physical, it breaks down, and it costs 1,000 kroner, which is a lot of money. So I think the Arctic case can be used in the smaller Nordic countries to learn what are the challenges. Yes, it's not translatable one-to-one, but I think there are some good lessons to be learned. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Julia, your research focuses a lot on data centers in the Nordics, which is an area where a lot of players have been establishing themselves, like Facebook and Google. what do you think that attracts these companies to come to these countries, and whether you think that these companies share any of the Scandinavian or Nordic values?
What attracts them is about 10 years ago, the governments of basically all the Nordic countries really welcomed through policies and through subsidies of all sort of kinds tech giants to establish data centers and their storage facilities. And the result is that now 10 years later we see that these companies have established some of the largest data centers in Europe, in the Nordics. So we have in Finland, Google in Hamina, we have in Sweden, Amazon has this mega complex in spanning across 3 towns in Katrineholm, Västerås and Eskilstuna. We have Facebook also. We have all the companies here. And we've been doing research also with colleagues in Finland and now in Linköping on a lot of questions that have emerged with these developments. And I think I wanted to pick up in the morning some things that was said about in the beginning in your talk about the eroding boundaries, not just between different systems that the internet has replaced. And I think that what we see here today is that these boundaries, the data centers, have really split and eroded boundaries to other sectors in society. And here we've been looking particularly in questions of energy. And so these companies have established themselves here because it's been cheap. So the Nordics are the cheap backyard of the Silicon Valley, where if production cheap labor is in China, here we have cheap infrastructure. So we have cheap land, cheap electricity for them, cheap water. And they don't need so much workers anyway. But in terms of electricity, I think that's something that I think it's interesting to follow and look in terms of new issues that are emerging and we're completely unprepared to handle. Because what we see is that, for instance, companies like Amazon and Microsoft in Sweden have booked so much grid capacity in grids. Like in Amazon in Katrineholm has booked 1/4 of the grid in the town. And they're the top energy consumer in the town. The second top is a chicken slaughtery, Kronfågel, which slaughters 200,000 chickens every day, according to some reports. And they're by far behind after Amazon. So Amazon is the biggest customer of electricity. And this has created basically informal monopolies over electricity use. So these companies reserve a lot of power in the grid that they don't use. And they prevent, in practice, the establishment of other industries. So we have had case, for instance, at the bread company Pågen. Maybe some of you are eating their breads. They have not been able to establish a bakery in Skåne because Amazon took a lot of the capacity for their data center before that, and they had to establish in a different place. And we see the same dynamics also in Sörmland right now, where other data centers and other local industries have not been able to establish. And this is an ongoing issue, which actually, so it leads to the question that the scale of the electricity use and overbookings has destabilized the grid, the electricity grid in our countries, to the extent that we fear power cuts. And for this same reason, these big companies are also engaging currently in projects to build new power lines and enormous diesel backup generators, which are the size of a nuclear power plant. So we know here in Sörmland, the Amazon is building a 600 megawatt generator, which is the size of a nuclear power plant, because of the instabilities that they've contributed to. So the question is, are we ready to lose local companies, businesses, other non-digital industries in favor of providing storage space, cheap storage space, to the big tech? And it's basically a question also if we're gonna lose not only public values of the welfare state, but also access to much of the basic infrastructure which we take for granted today, like electricity, and also local economies, and maybe the trust in our own institutions. And maybe we need to also enter in conflicts with our own citizens. over who should be given a priority, a data center company, or if there's a limit in the grid, a data center company or a local business.
Yeah.
So we are completely unprepared, both in terms of legislation and policies, and the societal implications of these developments. And they're just starting to surface here.
Right. So you mentioned that we are unprepared, especially in terms of regulation. What kind of regulation over this sector would you propose?
Yeah, I don't have a solution to that. Unfortunately, I wish I had. But I think one thing to think about is partly we don't know what kind of thing is this, these data centers. Are they buildings? Are they archives? Are they energy providers? What are they? But what we know is that they basically, it's a question of how much the media economy that they're supporting and enabling is allowed to impact local places, local grids. I think since they're neither a fish nor a horse nor, I don't know, it's probably a good start is to think that there is no really regulation right now about computing work, because they are basically facilities that they do storage and computing, the AI, the platforms, all these things. So perhaps media policy needs to come into conversation with urban planning and energy regulation in some kind of constellation. Like, all these need to come out of their comfort zones in order to decide how much, like set some limits, how much resources should be allocated or make sense to be allocated to such companies, if there is, we are living currently in a scarcity of electricity in Sweden, where we have not been in this situation. And we might get into other kind of scarcities as well. So basically, we need some kind of policies that set limits, someone to in scale, in size, in public resource consumption. We need to assess where is it possible and desirable to create these infrastructures, and where is it not, and where is it just creating much more problems. And do we really want to solve Silicon Valley's problems of locating data? Why do we need to do it here? And at what cost? So that could be one direction. And another thing which is completely stunning, and I think that this is just the first must step and speaks to what was said in the morning, is also to create some kind of code of conduct that obliges them to be public. Because even when we've tried in our research team to trace data about, okay, how many megawatts, how many, like, numbers, just facts, this is incredibly difficult to get. And it's completely unprecedented, the degree of secrecy that these companies are allowed to have in a culture which we historically in the Nordics have had, we assume to be open, especially about use of resources. So I think that this connects very much to the governance of commons, but commons that are not, they're like, I think we need to expand also what are the commons, because the commons, we are now talking about electricity as well, and about water, and about land, about everything. And it's just unimaginable, the transformation that we've seen in the last years, that how much has the media economy changed the form and shape. So yeah.
Now you bring a work on.
Yes, well, as we heard this morning quite well from Signe and Sofia, the data is integral part of the new kind of digital infrastructure that we have landed quite quickly. And of course, that creates kind of new vulnerabilities and dependencies. So data is not just the market, it's of course also a material for AI and development. So different kinds of development services and all that. Data is needed for that, and therefore it is in itself also, we can think of it as an infrastructure. And now, of course, on national level, many many countries are also thinking about their data infrastructure in certain ways. However, the kind of big tech dependency is creating a situation where they are mainly managing the data and using the data for different purposes. And in our research, we've looked at how welfare state services are how they use different kinds of data-driven technologies and how people experience datification in their everyday life. And what we see is that often in these welfare state services, it's very difficult to kind of combine the technology perspective with the kind of public values, or it's a lot of work, and often it is so that the ideas of public value, equality, and universalism is not really the same, like data-driven logics works different way. It's not about universality and equality because it's very much about categorization, personalization, and using data for profit. So these are a lot of those problems that many of these welfare services face. But then also, if we look at how people feel about data-driven services, they identify the kind of idea of surveillance and biases and the sort of difficulty in finding fit in the systems, also use of data without their consent, and the overall hidden structure of datification that people are very much aware of. They know that this is happening, but they don't exactly know how, and this causes quite a lot of uncertainties and also shame, which I think can be identified in many sectors of the society because we don't know how these important things work. So I think that's one of those. But then the mistrust is also connected to what we've seen lately, quite a lot data leakages. So there aren't systems that are completely soundproof. So there are leakages happening all the time in different ways. And then we have different kinds of cyber attacks, especially now when we are talking about the kind of difficult political and crisis situation in Europe. So there are a lot of these threats that people identify, and they feel that it makes the whole digital infrastructure in a way suspicious. It's hard to trust these new kind of systems. And if we think about Nordic welfare states, they've been traditionally well trusted. And here, when the welfare services and our communication structures become datafied and embedded with the big tech power, it changes that situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is a particularly salient point, and Sofie and Signe mentioned that they follow the data, and sometimes I feel that following the data and following the money is starting to become a similar thing, because there's all these dependencies between the markets and the infrastructures. So how do you think that, what is the power of these big companies, and what are the risks that you can see?
Well, we saw in the presentation quite well how the big tech is very well equipped to maintain and manage all the infrastructure, and they indeed have a lot of infrastructural power if we think about the communication or any sector of life, because they offer those services, infrastructural services. If we think about, for example, Amazon, they have 30% of the world's cloud computing markets, and the second one is Microsoft. And so if we think about all these services, emails and communication services within kind of intranets we have in different companies and in public service institutions, we are all dependent on these services, and this, of course, is their huge power. And the risks are, of course, there. What happens if they dominate too much, and in terms of, for example, the data, they own the data we have, and the fact that they have their own data centers. Actually, one of the reasons why they probably need to have those also in Europe is because they have to maintain the data in Europe. And that's one of the regulations that I think seems to be working, but what does it mean really is another question. But then I think the biggest risk perhaps in this huge dominance and dependency is that we cease to think about alternatives. We are satisfied with the way things are, or it seems too difficult. We are already too deep in there, so we don't think about alternatives. EU, I think, has been quite good in trying to do something. They've tried to think a little bit differently, but I think that's it's really difficult job that they have. But we really have to be able to think about alternatives. There is the Gaia X initiative, for example, which to me seems very complicated and I don't really understand at all how it works. But it's a European kind of parallel to cloud service. So that's something that's been under development. But yeah, I think that these are the risks that I see.
Yeah. And to you, Carl, how does this align with what you were talking about, perspectives in digital resilience, preparedness in the region, data sovereignty? Are these risks something that you guys see in your own research?
When I listen to all of you three, there's all these words that come up that I think tie into the question of governance in different ways. So we have the issue in the Greenlandish context of sort of where should resilience be? Should it be the state that provides resilience, or should it be the citizen who caters to resilience? And in some parts of the larger Greenland in the north, I've come to understand that the sort of equation of sort of who is supposed to have resilience is very different, because there's so much out in the edge with so much breakages, etc., that becomes an issue. And I think that's an interesting thing to think sort of what is the welfare state? What should it support, and to what degree, and where, and all those things. I think that ties in well. And then it comes to questions of secrecy. In your conversation, sort of how do we know what all this is about? And you, Kaarina, you mentioned shame as a factor when it comes to policy, and sort of how am I supposed to know about this or not, and so etc. And I'm thinking about the term governing and governance, and what does it imply? What do we need to have as governors to be able to govern? And in the Nordic welfare context, I mean, there are some words around that. That is, we need a shared knowledge environment to enable to do that. We need trust in order to be able to govern. We need openness so that we can have the knowledge provided to us. And we need an idea about the commons. But in all of your examples, we see the opposite. We see shame, we see mistrust, we see secrecy, we see a lack of resilience. And so in some sense, we can see that the power shift that we have seen over these 10, 15 or 20 years, they have in one sense come to erode parts of what we perceive as to be values within the Nordic welfare context, and we haven't addressed that. And I think in order to do that, what I have seen, especially during my time as a special counsel for the Swedish government, is the thing about shame. We lack knowledge in our political institutions around these discussions, and we lack arenas to come together for those conversations between different kinds of policy environments. So I think, I mean, these kinds of settings are extremely valuable to enable those kinds of shared spaces of knowledge and trust.
Yeah, I think that this sensation that we have about inevitability and trying to find these alternatives, I think that it's a particularly important thing in which not only us as researchers, but also policymakers in the industry need to coalesce.
And I mean, there we come into sort of the practices of governance. Sort of how do we go about to come up with new policy? What are our methods? What are the practices we use as policymakers to come up with new policies? If we want to have proper alternatives, we need to come up with them. And I mean, in research, there's a bunch of different methodologies to actually do that. And we are good in research to actually design methodologies for exploration, but I would want to see that happening more within the regulatory environments in and of themselves. I mean, with such things as, I mean, we see examples like policy sandbox practices in AI regulation, etc. But I think we could see much more of that.
Any reactions from the others in the panel? Otherwise, like, we can also open the discussion. Yeah, we have a few minutes for questions. If anybody has specific questions to the research panel. If not, I have one that is going to take us forever. But for those of you who are not very familiar, us researchers are driven by trying to fill gaps in the literature and gaps in knowledge. Where do you guys think there are the most salient gaps? And just to not make this until tomorrow, I would think if you can think of one gap that is driving your curiosity right now, what would it be?
For me, it's the gap is about how to build better public digital spaces using open protocols. That is sort of a key factor for digital democracy today. So that's the gap.
Only one? Well, not to be too Greenland specific, I think as Carl just said, this potential, what could be there, I guess that's not what we usually preoccupy ourselves with as researchers, but it's so difficult to understand, as you also said, how it could be different or what could change. So these possibilities that we cannot see now, well, there could be many examples of how things could be different, how we could actually, it could be regulation, but it could also be the public spaces, how there could be these open protocols or different things to look more into what could that actually look like. And then there are a lot of Greenland specific things, but I'll keep that for later.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about how to avoid repeating the same things over and over again and actually find some way forward.
Yeah, I guess I want to think of two things, and one is perhaps to extend your point that you said, follow the money, follow the data, to follow the grids and materialities as well. We've spoken so long about that the internet is material, media is material, but we end up kind of thinking of metals, minerals, and cheap labor somewhere else. But here, we have so much going on around materialities that we are not knowing and don't even know how to think about. And I think this is partly about how we in the Nordics have gotten this inertia of how we think of ourselves as digital nations and what kind of digital nations we are. Maybe it's time to change this idea with the transformation, to reflect the transformations of the economy. And then just a second very small point, which this is a discussion I've had very much with the researchers in our group. And this is about the imaginary we have of data and information that is limitless. And this idea of the limitlessness of it and the no cost is also related somehow to the idea that energy and electricity are limitless. We can just bring them with like, oh, we will always just build a few more power plants or just build something else, a bit more nuclear, a bit more something else. But the fact is that no, these are things that in fact in the Nordics we've taken decades to build a well-functioning infrastructure for public use that are currently being destroyed and disrupted with contributions of these big companies. So no, they're not. So there is a cost to this, which is much bigger and societal to all of this. So I would say that is, like, to really understand this, I would want to see more work on that.
And if I can just add, I feel that one of the hardest things has been to actually identify and find people and contacts and understanding who knows what and where, because it's very fragmented area. A lot of people are doing different things in different places, and it's really hard to kind of find the conversations, and it gives you this feeling that there is no conversations, which I hope is not true. But this is something that I feel an event like this is really great, to trying to bring these different fields together some way.
And I guess in the end it comes back to what Sofie and Signe said in the morning. We need this data. We need to find out what is the baseline, what do we actually know, or what do we need to know, what are the top lists actually, what does it look like, how much consumption does this data center in Skåne actually use in order to start looking at alternatives, in order to move the next step. So I think that basic expanding knowledge on what is actually there is the most important.
I think that you guys all have pointed to a very important thing, that it's something that irritates me extremely much, this metaphor of the cloud, right? Like these obviously it's made in order to simplify complexity, but they didn't choose the dungeon, right? They used the cloud, something that it's ethereal, something that doesn't cost, it comes and goes, but this carries a bunch of materials, energy, a lot of cost. And we have a new PhD student looking at sustainability of media. Like this approach of trying to make it clear that all these infrastructures carry a cost, and that it's important, it's incumbent upon us to try to figure it out, so that it's easier for others to create the policy to regulate it. So I would like all of us to thank the panel for this fantastic conversation. And then we move to the policy panel titled Regulating Critical Communication Infrastructures in the Nordic. And here we're going to be joined by Mari Velsand, Director General of the Norwegian Media Authority and Chair of the European Platforms of Regulatory Authorities. Elva Ylvadottir, Director of the Icelandic Media Commission and former member of the Nordic think tank of Tech and Democracy. Filippa Arvas Olsson, Senior Advisor at the Swedish Ministry of Culture, working with the national and EU media policy. And Thijs Lebeck, Head of Section with the Division for Digital Regulation and Compliance at the Danish Agency for Digital Government. And we've asked Thijs to provide an introduction to this panel. And we're following a little bit of the similar format. So Thijs will present a little bit, and then I will ask the other panelists to join us. Sure.
Can you hear me? Oh, like this? I learned a thing or two from before. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the organizers. This is such an important topic, so really nice to be able to be here and to discuss with policymakers, industry, academia. I don't have a book to present, so you have to lower your expectations a little bit for me. But I was thinking, if I had to present something, I would like to talk about something that I spend a lot of time doing in policy. Things that make my hair fall out faster than it should. And that is the fact that our government structure is based on systems how it used to be. So what Signe and Sofie talked about, that the analog communication systems where you have a media authority and a telco authority, but also other parts of our government, like we have a business authority and a health authority. When it comes to big tech, they have influence in so many different areas, right? So they have in media, business, health, all these things. And this blur the lines or erode the boundaries that we talked about before. And as a regulator, as a government official, this makes it extremely difficult to figure out who exactly has jurisdiction, because we're always dealing with these complex problems, right? So I spent a lot of time figuring that out. And one way to solve this is through cooperation between authorities on a national level. But that's easier said than done, said the least. And I think if we don't prioritize cooperation, we risk two main things. So the one thing is that we risk stepping into the area of jurisdiction of another authority. And we don't want to do that. First of all, they get very angry. And second of all, these structures have been put in place by elected officials, so we want to respect that. But it can be very difficult. Like even for me to participate today, Helle, we wrote together about this, that when I was about to figure out if I could join, because I was invited, I had to write to other parts of government to ask them if they were okay with it. So I was like, I'm invited to attend, can I do it? And they said, will you talk about critical infrastructure? And I said, no, okay, then go ask another ministry and another ministry. So I had been all the way around government, I feel like, in order to participate, which is so nice that I can actually be here. But that's a really difficult thing. That's a really difficult thing. Another example from my own life is when it comes to internet cookies. So the cookies that Signe and Sofie talked about, I don't need to go through them again because they said it better than I could. But cookies are regulated in EU by something called the e-privacy directive. Now, the Ministry for Digital Government is responsible for the Danish implementation of that directive. So that's what we're doing. Now, this directive is closely related to another piece of regulation that you may know. It's called the GDPR. And that's another authority. That's the Data Protection Authority in the Ministry of Justice. So already there, we have to have good cooperation. Now, 2024, a new cool kid enters the block, Digital Markets Act, that will also have an impact on the use of cookies because it regulates cookies from these tech giants or gatekeepers, as is known in the DMA. That's a third authority. That's the Competition and Consumer Council, or Competition and Consumer Authority. So just about cookies, which seems kind of trivial and a small thing, we have 3 rule sets, 3 organizations or authorities that have to work together. And then you can expand that to all the other areas that we're working with, whether it be health or business or competition or something else. So that's the first thing. We don't know who actually has jurisdiction, and we risk overstepping those boundaries. The second thing that we're risking is that if we're not cooperating, we don't know who might find use of the insights that we get ourselves from our work. And this is particularly important when it comes to some of the analytical work that is being done in the authorities. So coming back to my own work, we are also looking into websites and apps to look for tracking, look for third-party dependence. We are very much inspired by the work of Sofie and Signe, so you already know what kind of analysis that could look like. And in this case, we did an analysis last year of the 10,000 most popular Danish websites, and we found that 9 out of 10 of them used embedded Google services, which can be used for collecting data. 9 out of 10. For Facebook or Meta, it was 1 in 3. So it was pretty severe. Now, those insights are good for us in an enforcement context because we know which cookies we have to look for specifically when we are dealing with enforcement of the e-privacy directive. But it could also be relevant for other authorities. Like if you're working with media, we could use these insights to document the advertisement ecosystem on websites, because media, there's also this discussion about losing revenue due to the advertisement, online advertisement, which is dominated by big tech. There's also the prospect of looking into the difference of public sector websites and private websites. If private websites are more dependent on content delivery networks and plugins from tech giants, even though, as Signe and Sofie already proved, the public sector is also heavily reliant on them. And I can, from the work we've been doing, also verify that. So those are 2 big things. And I want to say again for the insight part of sharing knowledge, we're all trying to deal, when I say we, I mean all the authorities, trying to approach these multi-billion corporations individually if there's not cooperation. So there's one authority going after them, there's another authority going after them, and sort of the power balance is not really fair. And to say the least, these tech corporations are not necessarily very willing to cooperate themselves. They're not willing to, and I can say this as a government official, that I think that there is room for improvement in that cooperation. I mean, it's not like they're going to quote Taylor Swift and say, "I'm the problem, it's me," because otherwise that's not going to happen. So we have to approach them directly with the things that we are doing and document these things. And we have to be good at sharing that knowledge across the organization if you see the state as a whole. I don't know how much time I have left, but I will just round up with some food for thought that now we're here today because we have a lot of shared history, we have many of the same rules, societal values, and I'd like to say that we likely had some of the same experiences and challenges. So if there's something that I've experienced, there's likely that someone in Norway or Sweden or Iceland also have experienced it. And I think that a good reflection question could be whether collective efforts among us all, kind of like we're doing today, but specifically on the topic of national cooperation, could lead each individual Nordic country to have better cooperation internally. Because I would love to hear about how you have done in your countries regarding ensuring that the data protection authority is communicating with the business authority, which is then communicating with, I don't know, the health authority when it comes to these complex challenges. And not trying to propose any official structure for cooperation, but just wanting to hear your thoughts about it. So that was my point.
We're switching sides. And I'm particularly happy to hear from a policymaker that you guys don't know about who has jurisdiction over what, because this is a problem we've had forever, and it's nice to see that you guys are having the similar problem. I'm not sure if that is going to help me sleep better at night, but but at least it's something that we share. And I would like to start maybe with Mari. I wonder if your experiences about this idea of cooperation, is this a challenge, and how do you think that we could increase more cooperation across the Nordic countries?
Well, I think all of us being here today can agree that this is a challenge. For me, at least, I didn't have to ask anyone to come here today. But I think the thing we have to realize is that digitalization, it is a cross-cutting issue, and it affects all of us, different sectors, and that really requires us to collaborate more than ever. And then it's not that easy, but at least we need to talk about it. And I will get back to that, but I would like first to step back a little bit and to reflect a bit about what I, coming from the media authority, think is the most important thing here. And our main concern is that global actors now is getting the control over the information space, and then the lack of democracy that follows from that. And we have social media and the search engines having the power to influence and shape opinions, among many things, by scraping personal data, building profiles, targeting content based on algorithms, and all those things that we all know about. And that makes some new risks that we have to face. And we have to work, I think, differently than we did before, and also to look how the different authorities work by ourselves, but also together. And I would like already now in this discussion to mention the Digital Services Act, DSA, because now for the first time we will have legal instruments regulating these global actors, and I think that is very important. And DSA will really require us to cooperate in new ways. It will force us to cooperate, and that is good and mostly welcome. But what is important, I think, is how we as states will implement the DSA. and how we then can work together. And I think then we have to do that on different levels. The national level, between different authorities, and even though every country will have a coordinator, you won't find one authority being able to do the whole thing. So we will have different competent authorities that will have to work together. And I don't think that the lines here will be very strict. So in Norway now we still have not decided who will be the coordinator. And it's no secret that I think that it should be the Norwegian Media Authority, because I think it's really close up to the work we do. But if it's us or another one, we need to cooperate at least 3 or 4 authorities. And how we do that, I think, will be the success of how DSA will work. So I think that is very important. And of course, also at the Nordic level, it is important. We can get back to that. But maybe the most important will be for DSA at the European level, I think, how we really get this to function. So I think DSA will really be a question about how we work together, and it will be very interesting to see how we can get this to work.
Yeah, that's very important. You also mentioned about the power of these global actors. Also, Signe and Sofie mentioned it. Thijs mentioned it. Like, we know that there's this infusion of external tech giants into the media arena here, and I wonder, from your perspective, what are the best avenues for protecting independent media and freedom of expression in the Nordics from these global actors?
Well, that's a big and very important question. I think first of all, we are very lucky in the Nordic countries, having such a high level of press freedom and independent media. And I think we have really seen the importance of that these late years with the pandemic, with the different wars. We have really seen the importance of having independent media and media that we as citizens can trust when it comes to information. Also because both the pandemic and the wars have really increased disinformation, and now we have the artificial intelligence that makes it even easier to produce and distribute, and even more difficult for us as persons to tell what's true and not true. So that has really shown us the importance of independent media. At the same time, the global actors is a threat in many ways. We have seen that they take down independent content from independent media. They are competing in the ad market, lowering the income from the editorial media. So in this situation, both having good media support systems is very important to assure that we also in the future will have independent media. Also using the legal framework, the new legal framework that we are getting now, both with DSA and DMA and the Media Freedom Act, that will be important. So at least we really need to use the powers that we have. I think that's really important, and realizing that freedom of expression, freedom of media, independent media is not something to take for granted. Even in the Nordic countries, we need to realize that.
Yeah. And that's particularly important from the context of our project and the idea of universality, especially here in the Nordics. But you raise a big problem, right? Like, all these new different regulation. Not only there is a complexity in the market itself and the technology, but also on these regulations. So Philippa, we're talking about these, like the Digital Service Act, the Digital Markets Act, the Media Freedom Act, the AI Act, the Data Act, all of these frameworks that are going to come into effect. And I wonder whether you could reflect a little bit about how these might be affecting media regulation here in the Nordics?
It's a huge topic, and maybe I'm not the expert of everything, even though sometimes I think so. But I think that I mean, we are now talking, of course, of media policy. We've moved a little bit from the backbone of internet into what this really results in a specific policy area of communication, which is media policy. And when we talk media policy, we talk about editorial media. I think in the morning you were talking media policy more like communication policy. So of course you have to keep in mind what the subject is. And when we talk editorial media. When we talk about why we think that DSA is so important is, of course, because that is content regulation on platforms. And media policy is very much about some kind of content-based regulation, even if it's not only that. So the DSA, I think, might look very simple if you just take a glance. I mean, it says that illegal content should be taken down. I think we all agree with that, and we thought that that was done already. But I think that DSA is interesting in the way that it goes a bit further. It says that the companies also have to look at a risk assessment of their business models in view of the algorithm they use, the way they do business, and then they have to risk mitigate. And risk mitigation can be done by a code of conduct, which the media companies and others have been part of, which is sort of a self-regulatory scheme. So you have this kind of co-regulation with a self-regulatory part, but where the Commission has been very instrumental, and you have regulation. And all this will only come into force if we cooperate really closely. And it can be implemented in many different ways. I'm sure it will be. And it will all come down to the cooperation that we are able to do nationally. And nationally, I think the cooperation will be very much about understanding the underlying, the other acts, how to regulate data, etc., etc. We need to sort of cooperate between the media authority, the Post and Telecom authority, maybe the e-privacy, the people sort of taking care of that, the different authorities, in order to get this to work efficiently. And so we're, in a sense, forced to start cooperating nationally, and I think it will take, to be efficient, I think it really takes another kind of work in the authorities. And then we are supposed to do this also on the European level, which will take a lot of time and effort, because cooperation is really simple to say, and we all agree. We shouldn't have sort of be so strict in our own domain. We should cooperate, but it takes time. Cooperation is meetings. It's setting aside a day to sit here and listen to really interesting things, but that are not pinpointing what exactly I do normally. So it's a lot of work. But I think also that the combination of this DSA and the other many acts that are coming in will be interesting. And I think that the cooperation that we have to set in force because of DSA will also spill over for a lot of other acts coming into force, that we will also need this kind of cooperation to be efficient.
Yeah. You brought up a very important point, the editorial control and content, and some of the, especially when we look at these more global platforms, they're brandishing the idea of freedom of expression as an absolutist way, which basically means that they're allowing people to just flood the space with fake news and falsehoods. I wonder, from your perspective, how do we go about protecting media, but also the editorial control in the Nordics from these specific approaches?
Very difficult, of course. If we start with the content regulation of the platforms like DSA, I think the first answer from the Nordics was self-regulation, because we couldn't even imagine how regulation would look, a content regulation on platforms which are not under editorial control, but which are sort of the point is that everyone should be able to speak out their minds and so on. So from a Swedish perspective, it was very much self-regulation. But then the next step was to say that, well, okay, but if we have self-regulation, the risk is that these platforms will, of course, self-regulate too much, and we will have a problem with freedom of speech in that sense. And I think, to me, the DSA is interesting in that way because it tries to do something in between and tries to find the way there. I think for media policy, what will be also perhaps, or what I'm thinking right now actually at work, about a little bit more the things that we discussed this morning. I mean, the backbone. If we say that media companies should have, and it's the basics of media companies, they should have editorial control of their content, then what does this mean when we have an extremely complex distribution communication system where a normal media company cannot even know who is taking the content where the hubs are, who is in charge, and what happens along the very complex chain. And of course, in relation to the governance of public service broadcasting, that becomes interesting for me or for us as media policy makers, because we of course say that they have to have control of the content. And this is of course what you said in the morning, that the internet is kind of meta infrastructure, and we will have to, and also that we are moving from separate infrastructures for separate content or separate systems of distribution to where we had very specific media infrastructures to a joint internet, where we will have to look at that from the perspective of media policy, but also from other policy areas.
Yeah, I think that is also a very good point. The right now everything is kind of separated, right? Like policy doesn't necessarily look at infrastructure level and content level and platform level in the same way. In a way, also platforms have been trying to gain the system in this way by claiming that they are not publishers and that they don't have anything to do with the content. So I wonder if Elva, you can reflect on what do you see the main risks for independent media policies in the Nordics in the near future towards this arena?
Yes, I would say what Mari said, she could be speaking, you know, on my behalf here as well. But I think in addition to that, I think there are maybe 2 points that I would like to take up. And one is, of course, what Mari mentioned, which is like the financing model of the media. And we know now already that Meta and Alphabet are getting more than 50% of the digital advertising revenues in the whole world. So that is a huge income source, of course, that is being taken away from the media. And this is, of course, heavily impacting the business models in the media. And not all countries are fortunate enough, like Norway, that people then just subscribe to media and they're willing to do that. In Iceland, for example, we don't have a lot of models like that. So the money that is going to the big infrastructure is just going away from media, which means that especially like investigative journalism is suffering because that's very time consuming and it's very costly. And I think it's impacting in a way maybe small countries faster, because there was not that many media corporations, and we don't have any of these big corporations like Schibsted who are like in maybe many countries, and they have like a large revenue source with a much bigger population. And I think also, just as like has been mentioned, I mean, it is very difficult to separate the infrastructure of the big tech companies from the context. And you know what they have doing, and what we heard also this morning is that they are just like increasing their layers, and they are getting bigger, and they are like small monopolies. And if we look at also how are the media companies going to compete with that? We know that the business model is to harvest our personal information. We also know that they have now grouped us into 52,000 different personality traits, you know, these billions users, which means that this is extremely detailed information that they have to micro-target or, you know, whatever that they decide to do. So this is quite evident that no media house in the Nordics can compete with something like this. So this would be my first point. The other point that I would like to mention is that we haven't really started to talk about well, I mean, there are of course a lot of opportunities with AI, but we as media directors like Maria and I, who also have converged media authorities where we're also dealing with media and information literacy, this is not only a question of regulation. I mean, we have to inform people and so forth. And in a report that I saw from Europol, it is expected that 90% of the content on the internet will be AI generated in 2026. 90% in 2 years. So this is the pace that at least our police agencies are thinking that we are going forward. And what is this content? This is going to be a lot of rubbish, a lot of noise online, of course, but it's also going to be a lot of malign disinformation, maybe coming from foreign states. A lot of this is going to decrease trust, it's going to increase polarization, create a society where we don't really know what to believe anymore with the deep fakes and so on. And we see this also, for example, in prior to elections. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see what is happening this year. There are more than 2 billion people who are going to vote this year. We have at least 56 different elections going on in the world. And this is going to be the year where we have like where we have like AI technology that is so ripe that you can make a lot of challenges, if we say it mildly. And what is this going to, how is this going to impact, of course, the media houses? One of the discussions that we haven't taken, at least in Iceland, maybe you have done that in the Nordics, but this is, we need more resources. This means that we need more fact-checking. We are not like allocating the money, so we have business models for with decreased revenues for the media, and at the same time we need more resources just to deal with the avalanche of disinformation that is going to be coming upon us. So these are maybe like the two main points that I would like to say. Maybe just finally one point. Last night I saw that there was a very interesting article in Foreign Affairs just published about the disinformation, where they were just talking about how the polarization in the US is creating a situation where there is just, you can't get a policy around disinformation and about the big tech companies. So we are now in the Nordics talking here about how we are going to have our policy framework when we are actually relying, according to this article at least, on a country where all these, where they are in this jurisdiction, which is so broken because of the polarization that this is going to have, of course, negative impacts on all of us.
That's a very important point, and you mentioned a little bit about like how difficult it is to kind of fight back against these big American companies, and normally when we think about this from our perspective, we tend to think like how can small countries like Sweden and Norway fight back against these big companies. But I assume I can only imagine what you mentioned about Iceland, right? Like, so I wonder from your perspective, what would Iceland look into this cooperation with the Nordics, how that would look in order to fight back to these big companies?
Well, I think that especially, and I think Signe said that already. I mean, of course, the smaller populations in the Nordics, we are very dependent on a good cooperation, both within the Nordics and also in Europe. And and one thing that I also wanted to mention is that we don't even have a contact person in Greenland or Faroe Islands or Iceland. So even our police department, you know, they need to find a person in Stockholm. I mean, I think most of them are here, and then they are just taking care of all the Nordics. But they don't know the circumstances, they don't know the language. As far as I have been told, they are mainly like, you know, their surveillance about, you know, prior to elections and so forth is mainly in English. I mean, they are not looking into the languages and they don't know the context because they don't even have an office there. So this is also something that is it's a risk because we are very vulnerable, and I believe that it's the same with some of the other Nordic countries, that they don't have the offices either. So looking at the Nordics as a big united region can be good, but then we have also, of course, specific challenges that need to be looked upon, and that's where the tech companies are completely failing.
Yeah. I think Mary had a comment.
Yeah, just wanted to comment on your last point there, because even if the tech companies has an office, they often do not have anything to say, and they cannot answer any questions, and they forward you to somewhere else where you don't have the answer. So even though you have an office in your country, that might not help you so much, but it really illustrates the problem. It's very difficult to get hold on someone that has a responsibility and can give you an answer or can do something. And we know from Norway that this is also a problem that the media also experience. For example, if someone has taken down an article and they want to do something about that, it's hard to get in touch with someone. So this is something also that the media has brought up as a problem. I just also wanted to add something positive about cooperation on the Nordic level, because I think we see all that this is getting more and more important at our level, for example, in between authorities. In between the Nordic media authorities, we have been having a good cooperation over a long time, even though it's not been, you know, very formal, but we have had meetings every year. We also meet each other in a European context, and knowing each other and knowing about challenges in the different countries, how we solve things, that is very useful. And I think that now we need to work even more closely with the ASA and everything, but just knowing each other from before, having trust in each other, knowing each other, who to get in touch with. Yeah. That will also make it much easier now when we have to strengthen that cooperation. So at least we're not starting from scratch.
Can I add on a positive note as well? Yes, and especially if with the smaller countries like Iceland, with a very small population, it is extremely important, you know, this Nordic cooperation, and also because the larger Nordic countries are really willing to you know, have all the support that is needed. So, for example, just to mention one thing that was like a little Nordic, or at least Nordic Icelandic project, was that the disinformation campaign in COVID. We were just within 2 months, we had copied the Norwegian one, and we had, you know, made it in Iceland, and there was like 40% of the nation who saw it. So that is, something that, a tangible thing that was an outcome.
So there's some glimmer of hope, which is always nice when we're talking about policy and not going to the gloom and doom. But going, for example, a few of the problems that Heath outlined in, for example, finding jurisdiction, right, within a country. Imagine in terms of the Nordics. So how do you see trying to overcome that challenge at a Nordic perspective?
That's a really good question. Really big. I think that an initial thought would be to use the existing structures that we already have. So something like Nordic Council would be really good. You said you already had cooperation among media authorities. Would be very interesting to see if we could, again, talking about copying something that already works, copy that to data protection authorities or business authorities or something like that. So I think that I would definitely look to the Nordics to achieve that, and I would do it through existing structures. And I think if I can elaborate a little bit on it, I think that we are also standing in front of certain challenges where we have to be really, really thoughtful. And I see that the use of generative AI in government is a big key thing here, because right now we're at sort of an arms race, and that, at least what I see, that government authorities are trying to see who can use generative AI first and be first mover and automate all these processes. And what I fear is the fact that there's a too large emphasis on speed and efficiency straight away, that they will just go, okay, then we'll sign up for OpenAI and put everything we do in that, rather than taking a step back, looking at existing open source models we have in Europe. We have Mistral from France that have put out a smaller large language model, but performs better than any other of that size, which can then potentially be hosted locally in Europe, in European data centers. So I think it's very important that now we are at a crossroads with this huge technological revolution, and that we don't make the same mistakes as we did when we started to digitize the public sector, when we were starting building websites and apps, and not thinking about the infrastructure that was underlying. So I think that generative AI is perhaps a good case to start with, and really learn from each other.
But this is a very good point, like this meshedness of these actors and the infrastructure itself in the whole, what we would call like infrastructures of democracy. Would you see, how powerful do you think that they are, and how much do you think that there are avenues for including them into this policy making?
I think that they are really powerful, as documented by Signe and Sofie early on right now. I think we cannot deny it when we have documentation that they're involved in everything from website build-ups, app build-ups, cloud services, and sea cables. I would say that I hope that we are starting to get aware of it, that this kind of research will sort of make an impact on, of course it's already making an impact on us as regulators, but also starting to make an impact on a political level, because then we will still be dependent on them, because a lot of the services they provide are cheap and efficient. But I think when the policymakers start to realize that there's an alternative to these things, then we can start to talk about the dependency or how powerful they are, because they're really powerful right now. But I do think we have the opportunity to make it otherwise. I don't think, even though that I will say that things we've been talking about, it looks pretty dark, and I would happy that we had some positive points as well. But I do think that there are opportunities that we have to take, and then again, if we take it collectively, I think we'll be much more successful.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. So, are there any questions from the audience? Yes, Kaarina.
Panel, and I have another project that's dealing with hate speech, and I identify all those problems that are really important. However, I'd be interested in hearing, do you identify the kind of urgency discussions in your own field, in your own work that is related to infrastructures? Or is the kind of sense of urgency more related to this sort of distributions of content and so on? And where do you have those critical conversations?
am I understanding right that it's perhaps a better question for media authorities or anyone? I'll just hand it over to you.
Well, I have to admit that as a media regulator, the content issues are closer to us than the more technical infrastructure. That doesn't mean that that's not important. And I think what we heard this morning was very interesting and really demonstrates the power that these global actors have, and we see how that power affects the public, their user rights, harmful content, illegal content. So I have to admit that those things are what we are most worried about in our daily work, and what we are discussing a whole lot. And because of that, we are also really looking forward now to these new EU regulations.
Yes. So we have been very occupied with volcanoes in my country. But apart from that, I would say there are like two things, and one is relating to infrastructures, because of course when you have active volcanoes like this morning, 6 o'clock, the newest one, then of course you are talking about infrastructures all the time. You know, what is going to happen with warm water, with electricity and so forth, and we are now getting just like online news all the time. And I think that you know, the resilience part is very much discussed in my country. And then I would also say that like the disinformation, increased polarization part is something that is going higher and higher on the kind of like policy schedule, because no one, not if you're working in public administration, if you're a politician or even like an average citizen, you see the polarization, you know, day to day, what is happening in your country, and where the vulnerabilities are also when you know that there are disinformation campaigns for various reasons. So I think that these two things are kind of like having a big impact on our discussion, at least.
Yeah, I think that I mean, having reached a consumer behavior where everyone is on the internet and we are leaving, not leaving, but still focusing a lot more on media distribution through internet, that is of course in itself an urgency, because we feel that we haven't got the control of that policy-wise. We don't know exactly what that means, and we need to know that. But I think that the whole discussion on resilience and preparedness, contingency, has really, that is what makes it more urgent politically, and it's a light that is shining on the internet structure as such, and the resilience of a country, and of course also then media distribution.
I have just a quick well, we will see if it's quick. Final question right before the break. Now that you talk about resilience, Cornelia Brandner, who's the PI for the data sovereignty project, also funded by the Research Council in Sweden, has been looking a lot about the DSA and the DMA. What are your thoughts about the potential power that it has for building these kind of resiliencies and sovereignty in the future?
Ooh, I don't know if these two acts really are, I have to set my mind on if they are really on resilience in that sense. Of course, a society is more resilient if we have better ways to deal with disinformation and the spread of messages that are in different ways problematic for society, and DSA will help with that. I'm quite certain about that. So in that sense, it does help. DMA will hopefully, we haven't talked about DMA so much, but of course that is more into today's subject in a sense. But DMA, which is sort of an instrument for dealing with competitiveness between companies and these big giants, and putting requirements on the big giants and sort of monitoring them from the Commission side. Since I deal with media policy, I'll say that hopefully DMA might put the Nordic media companies that are big here but very small in a global context at a better position in relation to the big giants. So, and in that sense, we become more resilient, because I think that editorial media is really one of the key things for a resilient society. Yeah.
Well, we haven't implemented it yet. We are in the EEA here, Iceland and Norway. So I think it has to be seen what impact this is going to have. But then I also think that we have to, I mean, we had a discussion about this in the Nordic think tank that both Signe and Carl were also part of. That, you know, from at least the Nordic welfare perspective, these regulations are not going maybe very far. So I mean, it is to be seen what's going to happen. The power is probably in the implementation and the coordination, just like Mari said. And with the pace of technology that has been mentioned here by many people, I think that we will probably need to have some amendments to this law sooner than later, probably.
Well, a lot of things are said, but I think overall the most important thing now is that there will be put more responsibility on the platforms in different ways, both when it comes to protecting children, when it comes to disinformation. You know, there are many examples, and as Elfa said, it remains to see how this will work, but at least we now for the first time will have a legal framework, and it's no doubt about that it puts a responsibility on the platforms, and I think now it's really about implementation. It's not everything in this regulation that's very clear, so it needs to be tested out. So I think it's important that it's been implemented in an active way from the start, taking up cases to test the legal framework, and then we will hope for the best, and we will see.
I think we had a graph earlier that I would like to see now and then after the implementation of the DMA, because it was a graph that showed websites and then Alphabet, or parent company of Google, owning YouTube, Google Ads, DoubleClick, all these different services, and that they are collecting data through all these services individually, but they're also doing it when they're embedded on websites. So this is a goldmine of data for these gatekeepers. Now, what I will be very much looking forward to is how the DMA will impact Google and Facebook and others to share the data collected via different core platform services, because that's also part of the DMA. And I think that if implemented correctly, the DMA will be the biggest hit towards third-party data collection that we've ever seen. I think it's very interesting to work with this topic, but the regulation is in another authority again, so I have to go and ask them how it's going. But I would like to, you know, we do the analysis, and Signe and Sofie do them as well. It'd be very interesting to do one now to see how the landscape looks right now, and then on a year from now, when things may look a bit different, because you know the key for someone like Google or Alphabet is to triangulate the data collected from YouTube with Google Ads, with DoubleClick, and so on, all the other services. So on that particular point, it will have a huge impact if implemented correctly.
Great. Well, on that hopeful and somewhat skeptical note, I would like you to thank the panel. And now it's time for coffee and cake. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We're about 15 minutes behind in the schedule. This is because we've shifted the discussion, so we need afterwards, but we still take about 20 minutes from now. So instead of at 2:40, we will start at 55. I will shout, and you'll be hearing me. Nordics. For this panel, we have John Wessel-Aas, Supreme Court Attorney of Glittertind Law Firm and board member of the Tinius Trust, the largest owner of Schibsted. John is a specialist in media law, human rights law, and litigation, often representing the media in various press freedom cases. We also have Thomas Granryd, who is head of digital partnerships at Swedish Radio, Julia Aga, CEO of Alcompis, the largest independent Arab language media house in the Nordics, based here in Stockholm, and Karen Rende, the CEO of the Danish Press Publications CMO. And for this panel, Karen has agreed to give us a brief introduction, so welcome.
Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me. It has been super interesting. I will share a little my thoughts around the challenges of the digital infrastructure from a free press and democracy perspective. Democracy relies on citizens' ability to obtain trustworthy information on public matters, to understand them, and to engage. Where big tech platforms provide citizens with new opportunities to access information, express opinions, and participate in democratic processes, they can also undermine democracy by blocking information, distorting information, promoting false stories, and facilitating political manipulation. The risk, as I see it, have many aspects. Some of them are political surveillance, loss of privacy, social, political fragmentation, distortion of electoral outcomes, disinformation, censorship, algorithmic bias, lack of transparency, lack of accountability. Tech business models, as we also have discussed earlier today, are based on profits, not the core values that underlie the Nordic welfare state as humanity, equality, trust, justice, democracy, solidarity, and freedom. We have a new world order, as I see it. Tech markets power is immense. Meta has over 3 billion daily users. They make sky-high revenues. Tech companies have extremely skilled people. They work smart. And only they know what tomorrow brings because they have the market experience, they have the know-how, they possess the data, they have the brain power, they have the data power, they have the user data, and they have the finances to invest heavily in and develop new technologies and services. The monopoly of data can be used proactively in the consumer market and the public and private markets. So we may be bound by something we do not know at signing, something we cannot assess properly, and something we become dependent on. Ultimately, tech can decide what content and services we as consumers and citizens can access. They also have political power and influence. They top EU's lobby list. Even though we have become, as citizens and policymakers, more skeptical towards big tech, they still have great access to policymakers and administrations. They engage on local levels, they build relationships, they support and finance great projects, researchers, youth organizations, community, etc. They become members of local industry organizations. Today's event is streamed on YouTube. It underlies somehow our dilemma. You know, we use them, they are convenient, they are for free, we are fascinated by them, and then we became dependent on them, and now they are in control. So the infrastructure gap between global tech companies and the rest of us challenge democracy and citizens' fundamental rights, and this gap leads to other gaps, such as information gap, data gap, privacy gap, discrimination gap, bias gap, security gap, accountability gap, value and trust gap. a lot of gaps. So it's the Wild West, actually. You know, tech giants, they don't lose sleep over regulation. They don't lose sleep over EU regulation. They challenge every decision we come with, from national authorities, from the EU Commission. And when it comes to violation of the law, big tech top the list. And they use the power they have. In Australia, we saw during the corona crisis, they blocked news. Meta did. Meta has blocked news in Canada. They use the power they have. As Trudeau stated in August, Meta is putting profit ahead of safety by blocking wildfire news. Policymakers try to address this kind of challenges, which leads into complexity in regulation, also mentioned by the previous panels. AI Act, Data Governance Act, DSA, DMA, European Medium Freedom Act, Copyright Directive, Defense of Democracy Package, NIST 1 and 2, DORA, CER, CRA, EU's Cybersecurity Strategy, Cyber Resilience Act, and I could continue. So much legislation, so many great words, great initiatives, great intention, and so many new rules to implement, so many new boards, offices, centers, observatories, panels, code of conduct, code of practices. Will they be able to coordinate, as Thijs also mentioned? Will we be able, you know, to implement this effectively? So actually all the good intention will have a life in real worlds, so we can enforce them firmly. I'm concerned. Will big tech open the black box? I doubt it. Fundamental rights are at stake. You know, right to liberty, right to security, respect for private life, protection of personal data, freedom of expression and information. Tech giants control our critical infrastructure. Legislator introduces new rules and regimes, but will big tech play by the rules? Or do we risk to create new barriers for our own industry, the free press, and fundamental rights and innovation? Complex legislation is rarely effective legislation, and it can be circumvented, and the lack of clarity will be exploited. Can we expect effective enforcement of all this great legislation? When it comes to EU regulation, we all know that maybe at the end of the day, we will end up with a preliminary request at the Court of Justice of EU. And then it will go back and forth and back and forth. And then if we are lucky, in 5 to 10 years' time, we will have a final decision. Where will we be in 10 years' time? National authorities, European authorities, do they have the right resources? Do they have the right competences to enforce firmly? We also experience at the same time changes in user behavior. Social media takes space, especially for the younger generation. We learn every day of the rapid decline of the journalism industry, with declining readership, with declining viewership, layoffs of news organizations. Public interest content, whether it's majority or minority, has instrumental value for achieving various societal goals, such as intergroup dialogue, understanding, participation, empowerment, engagement, conflict prevention, and holding people with power accountable. In the Nordics, we often proudly highlight our strong, free, and diverse press and media and public service media as a kind of explanation for our strong cohesion and high level of trust as a pluralistic press carries our Nordic values. BBC is now only the 5th biggest online publishers in the UK, with big tech quartet of Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft taking the top 4 spots. It is an astonishing level of power and revenue for foreign-owned companies. Takes global control of social media, infrastructure, and the advertising technology that underpins the internet means that whatever size our audience have, even a shared Nordic audience, we are extremely small. And on top of that, even the concept of a mass audience is becoming outdated. So we have a lot of challenges, as I see it. But we also have opportunities. We have a Nordic cooperation. Together, we should be front runners, also in Europe. We should increase our cross-ministerial cooperation, our cross-sectoral cooperation. We should work even stronger and more together with researchers, NGOs, policymakers, administrations, interest groups to make a difference. We need to collaborate across the board on a completely different scale than before, and maybe even put historical differences between us, because the challenges now and ahead demand it. We need to ensure that we still can create great Nordic content. We need to discuss the solutions for how we do ensure this, and how we do ensure accessibility and findability of Nordic national public interest content across a comprehensive offer of global media and platforms. And that is key, because we need to address misinformation and disinformation, including foreign information manipulation and interference. The AI Act, the DSA, and the DMA, as the previous panel discussed, will address some of the issues, but not all. We need to take back control over infrastructure and content distribution. There is more at stake than just money. It's our fundamental rights and democracy. Our decision needs to be wise. It needs to reflect our values, not just a budget. We need to turn research findings into politics that we can implement and which will become effective in practice. And key is cooperation. Its key is an open-minded discussion as we have today, where we exchange perspectives and knowledge, challenge ourselves, and discuss new tools. So despite we may represent different backgrounds and interests, we all care about Nordic values, our strong Nordic democracies. Democracy is a hard right to win. It's easier to lose. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It's almost like you've been reading my emails. Please, I would also ask for the other panelists, Julia, Thomas, and John, to join us. And this is an amazing presentation for this specific topic, because even though we all kind of are aware of these issues, when I look at my own practice and the impact of these platforms in my own life, even if I'm aware of all of this, in the personal level, entertainment dominated by these platforms, my email by Google, my files by Dropbox. On the work level, all my email is owned by Microsoft. So all of these arenas are pretty much entrenched on it, and it's very difficult to kind of step back because we're in it. And I was wondering, hearing to Karen and thinking a little bit about also the issue of diversity, and I'm happy that Julia is here, because you as the publisher of an Arab news platform that is in what is essentially a global market, I wonder how do you feel that the challenges of being affected by these platforms have in what you guys are doing in order to diversify news in the Nordic context? Let me see.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for your question. And thank you, Karen, for that introduction. First and foremost, we are a Swedish news provider. We're a Swedish organization, Swedish ownership. We follow Swedish press ethical rules, and we're based on Swedish democratic values. But we cover news about Sweden and Swedish society in a different language than Swedish, and that's Arabic. And why Arabic? Well, since 2018, Arabic is the second largest mother tongue in Sweden. It's quite a big population, about 600,000 Arabic speakers in Sweden today. I think it's about double Iceland's population, am I right? So it's quite a big target audience that we have. And why do I mention this? Well, because if we are talking about democracy or media's role in a democracy, we need to also look at the media landscape and what we're offering the citizens. And if this offering is adjusting accordingly to our population, a lot has happened in the past 10 years. Sweden's population does not look the same as it did 10 years ago. So that's why I believe that we are an important part in in this democracy to be able to provide news for people who maybe don't have access to information because of language barriers, but there can be other barriers as well. A lot of people heavily depend on us for information about Sweden and Swedish society, and they know that they can come to our platforms, our website or app for trustworthy professional news. But when looking at other platforms such as social media, it's a completely different story. On social media, professional, trustworthy, nuanced content is not what is rewarded. What's rewarded on social media is engaging content. Basically, the more emotional, the more sensational the content is, the more it will be boosted. The algorithms will support the reach of that content. And so essentially, we are competing with not only global news providers in Arabic. Arabic is a global language, such as Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya. They are state-owned, remember, so that's in some parts propaganda channels also. But we're also competing with individual or different kind of sites or content creators that don't follow press ethical rules in any way whatsoever. They're usually anonymous. They have some sort of political agenda, and they spread a lot of misleading information. And so on social platforms, we are competing on the same conditions. And that's a big challenge for us. And that's a big challenge for not only us, but for a lot of media companies. But the difference is our target audience is much more fragile. These are people who just recently came to Sweden, who just recently came to a democracy. They're not used to freed media. They are skeptical towards media and state institutions, because where they come from, the media is state-owned and state-regulated, like I mentioned. So that's why I believe that access to information is a problem to parts of our population, because they are being bombarded by information from different sources, and it's sometimes hard for them to navigate, which leads them to not having full, which leads to information gaps in our society.
Yeah. Now that's super interesting, because the fight that you guys are fighting is in three ways, because not only you're fighting these platforms where the rules are completely different, you are trying to share values for Swedish society to an audience that might not be aware of those values. So I wonder a little bit, how do you guys leverage that clash of logics, if we call them like that?
Well, the difference between us and other I call them content creators, but they are just random sites that look like news providers, but they are not journalists. We are journalists, so our job is to find out the truth And that's what we're trying to do. And we've existed for 12 years, and ever since we started, our purpose is to help support integration in Sweden, because we don't want anyone in Sweden to not have access to correct information, and that includes what it means to live in a democracy. Why is freedom of speech not only sometimes hurtful when, for example, burnings of religious books happens, but it can also be very beneficial for you, because you can finally express your political opinions, and not only through anonymous accounts on social media, but on the streets. So things like that, that's how we work.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to look into like Thomas also, because I wonder a little bit what are the unique challenges that public service media in this context also operates. Like how dependent is Swedish radio on global tech giants to ensure this universal service?
Well, we are of course dependent in every aspect, I would say, as everyone has said here, all from distributing via streams to how our apps are presented in app stores, and how to produce apps, and to how our integrations with voice assistants work. So, of course, there are a lot of dependency everywhere. I'd like to, if I may, I would like to talk about a specific area, to be kind of precise, an area that I've been working a lot with. And that is an area where you can have all the dependencies focused in one single spot. All the challenges are kind of brilliantly exposed in this area. And that's the car. Because of the radio, I mean, the radio industry is extremely dependent on the car. About 65% of all listening in cars is on radio. So it's a massive place. And for us, the car is like 50% of the consumption. So the car is super important when it comes to broadcast. But there is an interesting conflict, because there is now the connected cars, where you have the IP services, your apps, that is also present, right? So how do we kind of see this environment working together when you also add stuff like voice? What happens when you ask for, let's say, a radio channel or a specific podcast? What happens then? Like, what do you want as a broadcaster to happen? Because we are often in the hands of the tech giants directing us to different sources. So we have broadcast that is like super easy, push of a button, always been there, super habit. But we also see that the car manufacturers are kind of saying, well, you know, it's kind of tricky to have FM chips or DAB chips in the car, because it kind of interferes when you have electrical cars. It's kind of hard to implement it. So perhaps we should skip it. Volvo talked about it a couple years ago quite openly, like, why should we have FM? There's no law. We could skip it. We'll try in China first, and then we'll see what happens. Actually, it was for real. And then, so we have that fear of they're not understanding the power of broadcast. And then you have, like, how should we kind of be prominent in the IP world, where you have super big companies like Spotify integrating their stuff, being the top prominent services, and we kind of, as the most trusted service that public service generally are, especially Nordics, we should be equally prominent as the most prominent. I think that's something that we could demand from either the car manufacturers or even legally, that we should be like equally prominent as the most prominent service in the car. And that's of course open to a lot of discussions around legislation, I think.
Yeah, but it also comes to discussions, for example, what we talked about resilience. For example, having FM is something that works without internet, right? And if there is a need for actually communicating something, that's a perfectly good way to do it without needing the other side of the infrastructure.
Yeah. For me, it's a truly unbelievable situation that we have a government that kind of on the other one hand says that FM is super important because of the contingency and the preparedness. I mean, that is like the definition of preparedness, the FM. But on the other hand, don't kind of make any legislation around that it has to be there. The next step should, of course, be that there is a legislation on FM in the car. There is a legislation on DAB in the car, but in Sweden we don't have fully DAB. It should be FM, of course. For me, it's quite hard to understand.
And how would this regulation would look like? Like, for example, just the car manufacturers, or is there a specific? I'm trying to figure out how would some kind of regulation on this, like the accessibility to radio transmitters. How do you see it?
I would say that the first step would be like there is a Finnish automotive law that says that it should be an existent FM receiver in the car. I think that's a quite good start. And then, of course, there's probably other areas where you could look at this, but specifically in cars. I mean, we have seen that in Ukraine when all powers go out, there's no internet, there's no power, but there's one place where you can listen to radio, and that's the car. When you turn on the engine, it works.
Yeah.
So it's super important and quite weird that we don't have it.
That's super interesting because it also adds a little bit of discussion about what is the role of the state. At what point can a regulator dip its fingers into how companies operate? And the case, for example, in Norway is a little bit different, and I will pass it to John. The Tinius Trust, of which you are the board member, has signaled that they are suing the government of Norway over a new surveillance authority given to the police security services in surveying internet data. And I guess that the argument is that it conflicts with the Constitution. So I would ask you to tell us a little bit more about the case for those of us who are a little bit unfamiliar with that.
I'll try to do that briefly. I and colleagues in my law firm are representing in that case, which I think will be initiated in a week or two. I mean, this regards another aspect of the new digital environment. There's a trough of information there that corporate entities like, we know that, user information, but of course also our public authorities, police authorities, and intelligence authorities, and I'm sure this isn't new to any of you. So to put it simply, this is just a case in Norway because we have some new regulation on sort of mass bulk surveillance from the intelligence services, foreign intelligence services, which are similar to, for instance, the Swedish FRA legislation, which recently was tried in the European Court of Human Rights and sort of passed slightly with some amendments, and the British system has been tried there, and there have been these type of systems have been tried in the European Court of Justice as well, under the Charter and the e-privacy directive. So I could be boring and say this is just another one of those cases with our new legislation that we've identified is not up to the standards we believe that the European Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice have set in their precedents recently. But this has to do, of course, with everyone's privacy, but also we're talking about the media protection of sources, and that is a big problem today. The protection of journalists' sources is strong, in the sense that it's almost impossible in Europe now to get a court to demand that a journalist actually reveals his sources. But that's the easy way. Then you're faced with it. You know your source. The police say, we want to know who your source is, and you can go to the courts. So it's much more fun for these authorities to go the back door and look at communications and see who communicated with the journalist, of course. So that's why the Tinius Trust has said they're going to finance this case, because it's going to cost money, because we're against the state, and all the press organizations in Norway, the Editors Association, Press Association, Journalists Association, and some others, and the Media Owners Association, which is represented here today as well, are also third-party interveners there. So I don't think it'll be boring to talk more about that case in itself, but that's another side of all these things we're talking about now. There is so much information out there, and I think the interesting thing is we have our own authorities worrying about the tech giants and data privacy and our personal data, which is good, but on the other hand, they love that information themselves, and their appetite for that information has really grown the past 20 years. Whether it's terrorism, that was first after 9/11, London, Madrid. When that sort of waned a bit and there wasn't too much terror in Europe, it was child exploitation, and now it's cyber attacks. Again, against this digital infrastructure. They haven't been able to explain how collecting data on everyone's communication all the time is going to prevent cyber attacks. And the technologists also say that this is the wrong attitude, and that's not the reason they want to do it. It's other reasons, but this goes into the infrastructure as well. Protecting our infrastructure or the proper or the serious infrastructure or points against cyber attacks should, and to a much larger extent, be done at the source, because it's really that's the problem now. Trying to say that the whole infrastructure has to be under surveillance to find out if someone is trying to attack valuable information that the authorities hold, like the military or something like that, instead of protecting it at the source. But we made ourselves vulnerable in that sense as well. We've just seen with the first presentation how even our government authorities are completely dependent on this infrastructure. So.
I totally. I mean, for me. This is one of this specific case illuminates something that often. For those of you who don't know me, I'm originally from Spain, so it's always fascinated me how Nordic citizens trust on their governments. We wouldn't trust our government for anything, and how here most of the conversation is about how we can regulate more. And this specific case kind of goes onto that other direction about maybe not how we regulate more or less, but what do we regulate and who we regulate. And I think that that's a very good discussion. How do you see, for example, in that terms of regulation, the independence of editorial media and that reliance on infrastructures vis-a-vis either third parties like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and the role of the state?
Well, I mean, of course, that's also a vulnerable position, or the editorial media are in a vulnerable position in many senses, even specifically with the revenue part, and being dependent largely on these tech giants to be available to people. Run by some very few, basically, individuals in the world. I think that's the problem with almost everything we've discussed, is all that power on the hands of very few private owners. But what worries me, which we touched upon, especially in the policy session, is this tendency to want to regulate these platforms. We talk about disinformation, false information. I don't want to live in a society where public authorities decide what is true and isn't true. We've always lived with grades of truthfulness. The media, the editorial media, everything they publish isn't 100% true. I mean, you're academics, most of you here. That's the credo. No one decides what's the truth, what was the historical fact. This is under revision all the time. Peer review. We get closer to the truth in natural sciences and social sciences all the time. But there's a tendency now to think that we somehow can define, apart from all the half-truths and semi-truths that are out there and have always been out there, that suddenly there's something which is just untrue by definition, by law, and someone has to take it down. And that worries me, because that's going to go further on to the normal media once you start. And what about these platforms? We know how you said they're worried about their money. If they have too many obligations of being sort of gatekeepers on disinformation, they're going to take down things very quickly just to avoid being held accountable. And they're going to take down editorial media stuff, which you already gave examples of them doing. So I think in that sense, we're going down a wrong track. Disinformation has always existed. And you talk about algorithms. We have to think back in history. I mean, never in history has the normal citizen been able to speak his word to the world as much as before. In 1990 and previously, you had to go through the editor of a media or a publishing company and publish your book to be able to speak to anyone else than the people in the room who could listen to you. And you're talking about algorithms, it's always been like that. In a pub or a cafe, the guy sitting at a table talking about boring academic things was on his own, whereas the guy sitting telling lies and gossip from the village, it was crowded, that table. People never really cared about the truth, they want entertainment. And that is a human problem. And okay, it's become bigger now. I'm not trying to say it's not a problem, but we have to recognize this isn't new. And we have had times when authorities have dealt with what is true and not. We had censorship. And they used that to say, you cannot say that the earth is round because it's flat. And we mustn't go back to that. And it's too easy to say, but we all know it when we see real fake news. No, we don't, and we'll never really agree on what that is. So that is sort of a warning, the way the EU is going, talking about that. I think that's a little bit dangerous. And we've always had to teach ourselves and the population to be critical of the sources of information. And that's the same. It's just become a little bit bigger, the problem, but it's always been like that. Yeah. And I think, it's not a quick fix, but I think we still have to stick, we're talking about our ideals. Our ideals are through freedom of expression and information to exchange ideas, bad ideas and good ideas, correcting each other along the way. And once we start censoring things, because this is false, and this is not right, and governments, I mean, politicians, what do? They disinform the public all the time. And I'm not saying lying, but they're always telling, if you vote for me, it's going to be like this. And it never is it? I mean, this is just part of the game. When does it become disinformation, which is so serious that you're going to fine Facebook or someone for letting that post stay up? Sorry, that was my rant. It wasn't as good as your rant, because it wasn't prepared. But
very welcome rant. No, I mean, and you have a point. Like, obviously, fake news have always existed, and I agree that it's now this democratization of who gets to talk. And I would say that this is the reason why we cannot have nice things, and it's because sometimes this is a problem. But point taken, that this type of regulation, who gets to decide how we use data, needs to go on both ways.
Sorry. There's this other perspective, of course. This hasn't happened in the public service area for 2 or 3 years, but it was a period where the tech giants kind of decided what ethically is correct. And we had a couple of examples. One example was the NRK app. There's this character. There's this character in Norway. There's like he's a dragon or an elephant, crocofant. Yeah. Fant, yes. He was on the toilet, and that was on the cover of the app when you had to download the app. And what happened? They canceled it. They stopped it on Google Play Store. So that is extremely problematic when they go in and kind of paste in an American or a very frightened cultural perspective on our production. So that's the 180 degrees from that.
No, but this is a little bit that discussion about the power, and I can bring it back to Karen, who so adeptly outlined some of the problems and the many gaps that we have. And I'm trying to think a little bit about how do you see the kind of power that independencies that Nordic media has with these US-owned platforms. And like you were talking about how we depend on them and we kind of have to cooperate in order to kind of fight. I wonder, how do you see that fight and that dependency that at the same time we have? It's not like we can get rid of them like that.
No, definitely not. They're here to stay and develop. And I think with AI, it will be even greater or worse or whatever you say. I think it's a great dilemma, actually. And I try to be a kind of positive person with a positive approach to life. I want to see the world in colors, not black and white, not them and us. So I think we need to cooperate. We need to acknowledge they are here and we need to act wisely. But to act wisely, we need to stand united and we need to focus. And my concern is we don't focus and that we risk, that the new legislation actually creates barriers to ourselves because we're easy to see, we're easy to fix. Because we are based in the Nordics, we take the phone when the authority calls. They don't. And I think that's a huge risk. It works, apparently.
But then how do you react to the case that John mentioned? Like this also potential that this legislation is only used toward the internals, right? And that because, internals, let's call it the local or national media. If these foreign powers or these foreign companies are not going to be listening, it's much easier to be able to use this legislation only to regulate internal publishers. Is that a problem, or how do we solve that?
I think definitely it's a risk. I'm not expert in that case, but it is a risk that we over-regulate because it's the easiest tool, right? And then actually we risk to hurt our fundamental rights and values. And we need to protect them more than ever. And again, we need to focus. Also, policymakers have scarce resources, administration have scarce resources, and if they use time on this kind of piece of legislation, and I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I do know that if they spend time and resources and money of this kind of regulation, they can't, make smart decisions when it comes to, for example, infrastructure, critical infrastructure and tech.
Good, thank you. Are there any questions to the panel? Yes.
So, thank you so much for an interesting conversation. My question is to Julia primarily, and I'm interested in this conversation when it comes to the thoughts of disinformation and your thoughts working in the context of another language within Sweden, where we have had a number of disinformation campaigns over the last year, where your perspective, I think, is quite different from many others, given the context you're in. It would be really interesting to hear your thoughts on the topic that was here and how you think about that. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know, I'm a bit scared of talking about disinformation. So my perspective is that, we have we have had a huge disinformation campaign against the social services in Sweden, and also regarding the Quran burnings against the police and Swedish society, and it's been very strongly some of the biggest actors in this disinformation campaign have been from outside of Sweden. So they have been labeling what Sweden is. And the problem that we have seen is that people living in Sweden listen to them more than they listen to sources from within Sweden. And that's where we see a problem. How can the platforms support sources from Sweden over these sensational accounts from outside of Sweden? Because they actually have a real we've heard of a lot of families move from Sweden back to their countries that they originally fled from because they're scared, because they believe in these false information. And a lot of different, there are so many examples of this.
that we've seen. That's why I live in this world of I see disinformation as a big democratic problem. But I don't support regulating freedom of speech. I would rather see the opposite, promoting good content. For example, you know, the verified blue button. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore, especially not on X. You can pay to have it, so it's not really, it doesn't say much. But something like that, I would I really think that would help professional journalists who work to find out the truth, or at least as close to truth as possible, find out facts. That content should be promoted, or at least marked in some way or another, I don't know the details, over AI, for example, generated things, content, or content that has been shared a number of times. More transparency, I guess, when it comes to content on social media platforms. Yeah, I kind of walked away from
but this is very interesting. I actually want to ask a follow-up, and I'll give back the word to the audience in a moment. Who would, because one of you mentioned the Twitter blue check, right? And one of the problems is that it's Twitter who arranges this. So in your view, who would be the person who would have that role, right? Who would be the moderator of for example, what would be the whatever the equivalent of a blue check would be in the Nordics? Who would be the state? Would be a panel of the industry, or a combination of both? How do you see it? And this goes for all four, because I think it's an important discussion on that it can combine all three different strands that we've discussed here.
Well, it would need to be some sort of cooperation between different, from the media industry, or press organizations, but also, of course, politicians, and so a collaboration between several parties, but also something that needs to be regularly updated. It can't be every 4th year or something like that. Maybe there needs to be a continuous check to see if this is still relevant. That's what
Anyone else have an idea about? You're wondering, am I going on another round?
I would just to pick up on, you said you were scared about being skeptical to disinformation. I mean, there's obviously legislation which all our jurisdictions have had for ages. I mean, to lie in marketing, for instance, that's fine to regulate. That's a context where it's legitimate. Or false allegations against an identifiable person, defamation, yes, to be held liable for those sorts of things. But I'm talking about general information, which someone says that's wrong, it's not true. Well, I think we just have to stick to the fact that lies at the bed of democracy and freedom of expression. That's the whole point with freedom of expression, that you come with a counter expression when someone says something that you believe is wrong. No, the earth is not flat, and I'll tell you why, or something like that. And that's the part I don't want to give up. I'm not saying that it's not serious. Those type of campaigns you talked about, they have a real effect. But that's I'm not saying that's the point, but that is the effect of freedom of expression. You actually convince someone to do or not do something with your arguments. And that's what we've done throughout history. That's what politicians try to do, try to convince you to vote for them, because if you vote for them, the country's going to look like this. If you vote for me, it's going to look like this. And the problem is, I know this is, we just can't give up the ideals, but in Norway, at least in the debate, I've coined the phrase democratic laziness. And there's too much laziness amongst ourselves as populations. When we see things we don't like, or disinformation, where someone uses a lot of their time to try to, as we would say, disinform someone, we're like, we got to do something about that. Yeah, well, tell the others, this is wrong, don't be lazy, use your own freedom of expression. And of course, we have professional media, editorial media, that's part of your job as well, to fact check the public debate and pick up on things. And look, there's a big campaign going now against or towards the Arabic population in Sweden, making people move back because they think lies about the Swedish state. That's an obvious case for a public service broadcaster to pick that up and show these people it's not true. And that's cooperation between you speak to them in Arabic, you do it to the Swedish population. I mean, that's the ideals. And I just hope we can stick to them instead of regulating this so-called disinformation.
Now we have questions. So I'm sorry I didn't see who was first, so we'll start with Elizabeth.
I'm just going to comment there that it's very, very different for you and I sitting here to have an even exchange of information, and for somebody who owns the most large and huge media network in all of Norway that everyone is dependent on to push a narrative and expect an individual to push back.
I'll just continue here. We are working now currently on a hate speech project, and what we are trying to do is a kind of platform forensics. That we have a phone that we bought for the project, and through that phone we anonymously try to find different kinds of conversations from Telegram, WhatsApp, and so on. And we have to do this because this type of information, hate speech and disinformation, is now more and more in closed groups, kind of privately spread through WhatsApp, Telegram, in different groups that you get access only through some people you know and so on. But these groups can grow really, really big, huge. They can be 100,000 people in one group or something like that. So and then if we think that we can, and the logistics of platforms work so that it's easy now, easier and easier to kind of spread the same content in different places. So the kind of logistical easiness is part of that. But the problem, what I find, is that even if Swedish radio or another legacy media would write a story, would that reach these people and these groups? That's another, the fragmentation of the whole structure of the communication is so different. It's really challenging to me. And I mean, there are good examples how to fight back, but I think this is a big problem.
I just wanted to correct, because I think that the EU regulation at least is not regulating disinformation. And that is the point of DSA. It's regulating illegal content, and then it's leaving for much more of self-regulation, but within a code of conduct where everyone is part of looking at it. So it's an attempt not to regulate disinformation. And I think that, just to get it clear, but then I think that I think we were all talking so much about DSA, and that we need to it's very interesting, the cooperation between authorities, etc. And I think there is really room for a Nordic cooperation in the implementation of this, because of course the Nordics come from where you stand. We come from gut feeling. It's an open internet. It's an open. It's freedom of speech, freedom of information. We should not regulate. And this is our gut feeling, and it's a really important things to stick to and to keep to. And so it's important that our implementation of these regulations coming into force has that perspective. So in that sense, I agree with you. But then I think you're extremely simplistic in saying that it's no problem, because as we talk about with these giants and the power they have and the business models, etc., and also the polarization and fragmentation, etc., of our societies, it is a problem. It is a societal problem. Yeah.
I'd like to add once again. I think. Sorry. No, but we are talking about that tech giants kind of letting all weird stuff out on internet, and we should or shouldn't regulate. But there is this other perspective that I don't think that we speak enough about, and that's my point with the Fantorang, or what the Norwegian elephant was. The idea is, I mean, I don't know how many times you have uploaded an app or read the terms and conditions clearly and really in focus. It is the states that kind of controls what your app is about. So it is what they think is okay that you can put on it. So they kind of put a perspective, often quite conservative perspective, of what is okay, what is too explicit material, what is too much about drugs, what is, I mean, that's it's in a way they are controlling it. So that is could be a problematic environment where we have to kind of agree to more of an American cultural aesthetics.
Absolutely. Any final question or comments? Because we're reaching the end of the symposium. If not, then I want to thank the panel for a fantastic discussion. And then, since I don't know if she will be able to address, because she was sounding like a drunken sailor, and she might not be able to talk, I just also wanted to thank Helle for organizing all of this, and everybody who was helping with the organization, Nordicom, and everybody involved. Thank you. So now we have reception and light refreshments, which I assume will materialize somewhere there, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay.
That is correct. Thank you very much, Raoul. Thank you, Helle. Thank you. Wow, what a book you've written. Well done. Thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you, panelists. Our, not big tech, but small tech guy over there. This has been very informative. I have learned so much today. I hope you have as well. I've got some new friends in this room. So thank you so much. Refreshments are outside. There will be something to eat as well. So thank you very much. Thank you.